for coming today to the Board of Trustees Strategic Planning Session on August 12th. If we could please start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first we'll start with public comment. If you'd like to come on up. Anybody? Okay, we'll close public comment. Next we'll go to the board minutes of July 22nd. Unless there's any changes, I would look for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Kalinsky.
Support.
Support by trustee Murray. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That does pass. Next we have approved payroll and vouchers for August 12th. Again, unless there's any changes, I look for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Barnett.
Support.
Support by trustee Kalinsky. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That also passes. All right, so this is a long one. So we have some breaks built in too. So first, I just want to, this is going to be run, like I said, by our three superstars over here, but I just wanted to introduce everybody to them in case people weren't able to attend the forums. So we'll start with BerryDunn. It's a nationwide management and information technology consulting firm that has provided services to governments for 50 years. The consulting team we have with us today, this evening, are all members of BerryDunn's local government practice group. It's made up of 100 consultants whose exclusive focus is on assisting townships, counties, and other municipalities improving their organizations. One mistake I found is that I have Maddie instead of Jen on here, so I apologize. Jen, you can introduce yourself better. We'll start with Michelle Kennedy. She's our lead facilitator tonight. The team is led by Michelle, who has been a consultant to government for almost 30 years and helped create strategic plans for more than 70 local municipalities across the country. And before becoming a consultant, Michelle served as a senior level policy manager in state government in the Pacific Northwest and as a public affairs director for 2 large university systems. And although Maddie's not here, she was here. She's part of our team, and she was at the 3 different community forums and the stakeholder groups. And then we also have Keith Linton. Keith is a senior consultant with BerryDunn who is local to the area. He resides in Northville. Keith has over 20 years of experience implementing software systems worldwide and 10 years serving local governments, including the city of East Lansing. And then we have Jen Ferguson, who, do you want to go ahead and give us your quick bio as well?
I sure can. Is this mic good enough? All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jen Ferguson. I'm a senior consultant with BerryDunn. And on this project, I am serving as a facilitator. So I've met some of you, but I look forward to getting to know some of you more so this evening. Prior to joining BerryDunn, I spent almost 30 years in local government in the states of Minnesota and Washington, if you can't tell by my accent. So I served in executive leadership roles for cities and as well as the state of Minnesota. But serving in roles as city administrator, finance director, economic development director, and so did a fair amount of work with boards like yourself, working on strategic organizational direction. My passion is strategic planning, performance management, and so happy to be here. Just enjoy working with folks across the U.S., and I will hand it back over to you.
And I won't be talking much tonight other than when we're interacting, because the lead facilitators here, the 3 of them, are going to be, this is kind of our forum. As you know, we always have to be together in a public meeting. So we had the 3 community forums. Some I know were there and did see how those went. So some of this you've seen already, the explanations of what to expect. For those that haven't, basically I hand it over and then we become the ones that they ask questions of, and kind of, I'm not sure if you're going to break us up into groups, but you'll walk us through all that. So take the floor.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. We've been doing a lot of, let me get up here into the microphone. We've been doing a lot.
There it goes.
That's all right.
I don't know what I did. We've been doing a lot of prep, getting ready for tonight and tomorrow, the 2 planned development sessions that we're going to be conducting while we're here. So it's good to get together with you. Just this is your opportunity to really think about the future of your community, folding in all of the input and the data that we've been gathering over the last several months, which includes a number of different channels and sources that we're going to go into in a few moments here. So really, really exciting for this opportunity. This is our agenda for this evening. As Dani said, we're going to be giving you some breaks and some opportunities to take a break. We will move through this at a pace that's comfortable, and it's very possible we might end before our agenda says we're going to end. It kind of depends on how fast you do.
You would get some claps.
It kind of depends on how fast you do the work, but we'll move you through it as quickly as you're comfortable with, as quickly as it allows adequate time for dialogue and discussion. So we're going to take you through the environmental scan that we've developed, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. Then we're going to work on the township's mission statement. We're going to do work on a vision statement. We're going to do work on some core values. We're going to identify strategic priorities for the township. That is your role as the Board of Trustees to identify what those priorities should be based upon all this input we've gathered from the community. And then identify what are the outcomes that you want out of those priorities. You're not going to do we're not doing any group writing. We're going to get your ideas. And then we're going to spend some time tomorrow working on putting it all together and then diving a little bit deeper into actually developing specific objectives around those priorities that you identify this evening. This is our team. Some of you met Maddie. Maddie was in town with myself and Keith a little while ago. We interviewed you as part of this process. We did community forums. We did lots of stakeholder interviews while we were on site. It was a really productive period. Maddie is here in spirit because she did a great amount of the analysis, putting all these different data components together into a meaningful set of themes that you could work with this evening. So our project timeline, we spent some time getting this project off the ground, really planning it well, laying out a timeline that was going to be workable, figuring out how we were going to make sure all the right people were involved in the process. And then in May, we started in earnest with our stakeholder engagement and our environmental scan. And you can see we've spent 3 solid months and pretty much the first half of August doing that work. And I'll describe in a little bit more detail in a few moments what was involved in that. We're just now getting started with the actual development of the plan. Tonight kicks that process off. We always start with the elected officials because you're the folks that the community has selected to represent Bloomfield Township. And so we begin with your ideas and then we build upon them throughout the day tomorrow and throughout the oncoming weeks to arrive at a final plan that everybody collectively can agree on. This is the right stuff for us to be doing and focused on. So it'll take us through about the end of October to finish this process. This is pretty typical of a strategic planning process timeline for a community of your size. Some of our more complex clients that have, 1 million or more residents in their community, sometimes that process takes a little bit longer because we have to do more stakeholder engagement. We have to do more opportunities for stakeholder engagement. So just some guidelines for participation tonight. When you're speaking for yourself, just use an I statement. We're going to break you into some little pairs to have more focused discussions, pairs of 2 people to a group. Then when you're reporting out from your small group, use a we statement because it reflects your collective thinking. Ask us questions as we go. Please stay focused on the discussion. So we're here to talk about the future vision for Bloomfield Township. So we want to keep it broad. We want to keep it overarching community focus. So there may be some very granular things you'd like to talk about, but we're going to, as facilitators, we're going to try to keep you at that more visionary level. This is a 5-year plan. What do we want to include in that 5-year forward-thinking plan? So we're going to give you opportunities here to think individually. We're going to give you some small group discussions. It'll be 2 people to a small group. We're going to have you creating your own ideas. We're going to give you these fun colored sticky notes to use, and we're going to be presenting all of your ideas up here for everyone to see. And then when we have you processing all of this as a large group, we're going to ask you to come to consensus on the things that you can agree upon, right? The things that you collectively believe are important for the township. We'll walk you through each step of this when we get there. So we want to make sure everybody's got clarity about what a strategic plan is. It is a high-level document that prioritizes what you're going to do and describes outcomes that you want to achieve. It's not the how you're going to get there. It's the what you're going to do. So it focuses on the what. It should be a living document that can serve kind of, sort of as a guiding North Star for a period of time. And in your case, it's 5 years. So that changes in the environment probably won't cause you to change the priorities in the strategic plan, because the community has spoken. You've gotten a lot of input. So using that input tonight and over the next few weeks to really choose what you're going to focus on. And then it's a great tool for transparency and accountability. What I mean by that is when you've articulated in a plan and shared with your community what you're going to do, and it has performance measures in there, you can let the community know of the progress that you're making. And it's a way for the community to say, oh, you all put that in your strategic plan. You said you were going to do that. What are you doing? And so the performance measures in the plan help you create that accountability. The how will go into a more detailed implementation plan. We have a template that we use for that with all of our clients. It includes the action steps, the tactical stuff that departments will do once leadership figures out what you're going to do and what you're going to focus on. So there's very distinctive roles that each big stakeholder group provides and plays when developing a strategic plan for a local community. It starts really with the Bloomfield community. And through the different channels that we created for this process, we have been able to get quite a lot of input from the community about how the community sees the priorities and what the community's vision is for the township. So we start there, and then we work, as we are this evening, with the township trustees to develop that mission, vision, set of priorities and goals, and then when we've refined everything, bring it back to you all as an elected body for final adoption. And then in the meantime, between tonight and when you see that draft again, we will work with department leadership and key staff to really refine what you come up with tonight, and then develop those more specific objectives that will be the things that help you to make progress towards those identified priorities. So the elements of a strategic plan, the high-level elements are the mission, that's what you do, the vision, where you're going, the core values, how you're going to carry out that mission, how you're going to achieve that mission. It's what the public, what the community should be able to expect from the township as it carries out its business and its work. And then those strategic priorities. And for most communities, it's somewhere between 4 and 6 priorities in a 5-year plan that you're going to, overarching priorities that you're going to focus on. This is kind of the elements of the final document. We like to put it in the visual of a house because it requires, in order for the house to stand and have a solid foundation, it needs to have all of these elements. So here it shows 4 priorities. You might have 4, you might have 5, you might have 6. Depends on what you end up doing this evening. A goal statement for each of those priorities, a set of objectives for each of those priorities, and a set of outcomes or performance measures for each of those priorities. So those are going to be all the elements of the strategic plan when the document is finished. And by the way our company helps our clients produce these documents is we want it to be able to meet the criteria of the GFOA, the Government Finance Administrators Association. so that if you ever wanted to get that certification of your alignment with your strategic plan, with your township budget, that you would be able to achieve sort of that seal of approval, if you will. So the first thing we're going to do this evening is we're going to take you through an environmental scan. And this is a presentation of the sort of the current state of Bloomfield Township as a community and its government, and the anticipated events that you can foresee on the horizon and their relationships between the sort of operational environment of the township as a government and the external environment that the community members live in. And so this serves as the basis for determining the future direction that you're going to set in this strategic plan. And so this is a very important piece of creating a strategic plan, is this environmental scan. So I'm going to switch to a different set of slides here. If you just give me one moment, I'll toggle over there. And I'm going to get us set up for that. And then Jen's going to present most of this data to you. All right, so Jen, you want to get going here?
All right, thank you.
I'll
Thank you,
jump in
Michelle.
after you walk them through all the data we've been gathering.
All right.
I'm gonna do it after,
All right, can everyone hear me okay?
as soon as.
All right, thank you. All right, so Michelle mentioned that the environmental scan, the purpose for it, but what we want to make sure that it's understood is that it matters because it identifies potential opportunities. It provides a way for all to get involved in the strategic planning process. And so it is a shared understanding of all of the participants, all the stakeholders who have had a voice in discussing what's currently going on with the township and what the future looks like. And so it helps you as township leaders determine where you're going to go. So this is the current environment, and that is why it's important. Is this is the starting point and that basis. Some of the sources that inform an environmental scan, that's the stakeholder input. It's external stakeholders, internal stakeholders, community forums, if there's focus groups. So there's all kinds of voices talking about what they currently know about their community and what they would like the community to look like. Social Pinpoint, that was the website that was developed specifically for the township. That's the online method. So folks, they didn't have to come to a community forum. They could go on that website. They could put an idea on the ideas wall, take a survey, and see and comment then on ideas. So they could like an idea, they could dislike an idea. So they could do that from their phone or their computer. And then we take a look at demographic data, economic data, that is all part of informing the environmental scan. And we take a look at current township plans, such as your budget, any policy documents. This helps to level set to talk about where the township currently is. These are some of the existing township data points that we utilized. Of course, the Census Bureau, any township economic data that we could find, AARP, and we'll go over that data. AARP has data about every community in the U.S. And then, of course, your fiscal year operating budget and capital improvement plan. So, community profile from a demographics standpoint, what you see here, and you likely know a fair amount of this data, but we compared it with Oakland County, and you can see that the population from 2020 to 2022, and I just want to note that often the census data is behind. It is just something that we deal with, but nonetheless, you can see that population there in the township from 2020 to 22 hasn't changed much, a few hundred people. And you can see that comparison of Oakland County and how that population has changed over time as well. So from an age perspective, the median age in the township is almost 48 years old. What we're going to point out here is just a couple interesting pieces. This is a change from 2010 to 2022. You can see that people under 5, the little ones, there has not been a big change in people under age 5. When you look into the category of people 5 to 19, you can see that there was a decline in that age group from 22.5% down to 20%. People from age 20 to 34, there was an increase of folks. And then when you take a look at people age 35 to 64, there was a decline from one time period to the next. And then people over 65, you can see that there was an increase from 19% to 23, almost over 23.5. So you can see that the population is aging. From a race and ethnicity, the changes in the ethnicity and diversity in the township from 2010 to 2022, you can see that the white non-Hispanic folks have not changed much. No changes for the Black or African American. Asian population, that is also stayed the same, and you can see other and 2 or more races, 7% other and 2 or more races, and in 2022 we can break out Hispanic population, so you can see that there isn't a lot of change other than we can identify Hispanic folks in the 2022 race and ethnicity data.
That's a good question. When do they start breaking out others out of the white category? Because we do have a more diverse profile that might be reflected with the new changes.
Well, when you can
For Middle Eastern.
Yeah, when you can drill down into that data, you really you can't get the exact race that someone identifies as.
The census, is it the next census that it's changing? Is it the 2030 census that they are breaking it out?
That they are breaking it out.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But obviously, we won't have control of what categories they choose.
Just to let the board know that includes not just Caucasian, but also Middle Eastern, anybody of other origins.
Great question. Some cost of living indicators we just wanted to point out, and then do a comparison of the county. And you can see that the median household income is about $150,000 for the township. You can see that residents in poverty comparing to the Oakland County, you can see that the township is about 5% in poverty versus the entire township at about 8%.
One question real quick.
Yes.
It says Oakland Township. That's
Yeah,
the Oakland Township or Oakland County?
Yeah, it's county.
Okay.
That is a typo, and I'm seeing that, but I do want to clarify that it's Oakland County.
Okay.
It is your county information.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
The unemployment rates for, we don't have them for the township, so that's Oakland County is about 3% unemployment rate. That's below the state of Michigan and also below the national unemployment rate. Then we move into median home value for the township. It's about 542. A lot of numbers here, so I can move quickly. The county of Oakland is about 330,000. Then when we go into median gross mortgage, folks in the township pay almost $3,000 a month in their mortgage payment. Versus the county, which is about $1,800. Median gross rents in the township is about $1,700 versus the county, which is about $1,200. Owner-occupied housing, folks in the township, about 89% of people in the township own a home versus in the county. And then we have the last data point there for gross rent as a percent of household income. In the township, it's about 33% of someone's income. In the county, folks are paying a fair amount of their monthly income towards rent. We take a look at your employment by industries, and for the most common employment sectors, for those who live in the township, those people are in the education, healthcare, and social services professions. Then you'll have the professional and the management professions, and then you'll see that manufacturing. Those are how folks identify as where they work and in what industry. Here's the AARP, the livability index for the township. The township scores a 44, and this is across the U.S. And so you can see there on the left-hand side, the lowest score, because no one's at the bottom at 0, because that would be that would be an interesting, but you see the lowest score is 23. Bloomfield Township is at 44, and then the highest of anyone in the category is 72. So no one's perfect.
What's 0? What's 100?
In pertaining to?
Like, do you want to be 0 or do you want to be 100?
Well, you'd aspire to be 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the highest in the county is 72, and the lowest in the county is 23, or the lowest in the entire scoring bracket?
In the entire scoring bracket.
Okay, so.
Is it Michigan or US?
That's the U.S.
That's
Our
US.
AARP is the
Yeah.
U.S.
Okay.
I heard someone say Michigan.
Well, it
It's
says
US.
Bloomfield Township is the source down at the bottom. This is
Well,
the township?
that source is specific. This is Bloomfield Township scores. So if you go on AARP and you type in Bloomfield Township, that link will take you to your information. You'll see that same indicator of 44. So that is the actual source that we pulled this from when we take a look at Bloomfield Township. And the factors then that AARP scores communities on are housing, neighborhood, transportation, environment, health, engagement, and opportunity. And you can see the individual scores in those categories, with the highest being the environment, clean air and water. You rate on the higher side at 66%, compared to the category where you rate low would be neighborhood, and those factors or that definition is proximity, to other amenities, and so that's where that score is at that ranking.
Something that Maddie pointed out, because this came up at all of our community forums, is that something we score lower on is actually something we tend to value as larger lot sizes, actually gets you a lower neighborhood score. So we don't necessarily fully aspire to be 72, because that means you give up some of what you do like about the township. Did she have the Oakland County score though? I feel like, do we know?
I'm looking right now.
Okay. Yeah, some of the ones where we score low, it's actually because it's something that is prevalent to our area that is liked. Because that came up, we were like, what is that?
All right, I'm going to keep going on, and then once Michelle has that information, then we'll go back to that. So from a township government, we take a look at this is your organizational chart. You're likely familiar with this. This is how the township is structured in order to carry out services. And so one thing that we always take a look at, especially if there is community feedback about delivering services, this is something we want to understand. How do you deliver services? What are those departments? How are you structured in order to provide to the community? Okay. So Michigan State, is this the county?
This should be Oakland County. Yeah.
I have it.
52.
So overall 52, but so I have the detailed data. One area that brings you down just based on the Oakland score is housing and affordability is at 36.
Right.
And that was the lowest scored item for Oakland County in the AARP livability index.
Thank you, Michelle. All right. We also took a look at your budget. This is a snapshot coming directly from your summary budget from your fiscal 24-25. This is your general fund. Primarily, your revenue sources come from property taxes, as you know. You also receive state revenue shares. That's about 18%, and then you transfer in funds to the general fund.
Bless you.
On the expenditure side, this covers more of what I would say, where you're spending by function. And so you can see that you transfer out a fair amount of money from your general fund. You've got your general government at about 27% of your general fund spending, and then your public works functions are almost 13% of your expenditure budget for fiscal year 24-25. And then on the capital side, you're investing almost $9 million in capital infrastructure. And this is funding, it's very hard to read, certainly with the small, but this is a snapshot from your data portal, which from being a former finance director, it's nice to have this data portal so that you can share information easily, readily with folks, and they can interact with it. So this is how you are investing in your community. So now we get to new data, and this is the data that we captured from social media, the Pinpoint site, stakeholder interviews, the community forums, and those were the methods that we used along with a statistically valid survey. That was something that also brings data to you in order to inform for you to set your priorities and your vision. So the community and stakeholder perspectives, Michelle and Maddie and Keith facilitated discussions about what the community thinks, and all of the data that we've taken in, the community input, we just want to make sure that it shows a perspective across multiple points of data. There are similar sentiments that come from the community in different ways. It comes from the statistically valid survey. It comes from the random community forums, the social pinpoint site. It comes from stakeholders' perspectives, their ideas. And so it comes from a variety of those different points, and then it's captured here in this next set of slides for us to have that discussion and for you to see what the community thinks. So let's start with the social pinpoint site first. This was a specific site set up for the township. There were over 2,000 total visits, 2,243 visits. There were 1,400 unique users. The average time that someone spent on this social pinpoint website was a little over 4 minutes. There were 594 unique stakeholders. That means that they did something on the website. They took a survey. They provided for a comment. There were 92 hard comments. There were a total of 573 survey responses, and 15 documents were downloaded. Now, what that likely means is that if there was something for someone to download off of the social pinpoint site, like a meeting in the box forms, people could utilize our meeting in the box forums to have their own kind of community forum. But that doesn't mean that they all sent them back. It just means that 15 documents were downloaded off of the website.
Can we mention that this site it's a passive site. It was promoted, but you have to take it's not like you're getting a survey in the mail, right? Or you're attending a community forum or you're being interviewed. So, but it's one channel of data, And we found it to be a very effective way to get engagement when the pandemic was going on and we couldn't meet with people and people were reluctant to show up for things and come to in-person interviews. And so we've kept using it as one source of information. It's obviously, it's people's unvalidated opinions, but what you're going to see as Jen continues to present data from the different sources is that what we're looking for in strategic planning is we're looking for alignment across audiences and looking for themes that we see coming up again and again, whether they're coming up in interviews, whether they're coming up in a statistically valid survey, whether they're coming up through the comment wall on Social Pinpoint. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thanks, Michelle. All right, so the ideas wall on the Social Pinpoint site was for folks to categories. There were categories on the wall where they could make a comment on, and those categories were building connections, business development, environment, fiscal sustainability, public safety, and quality of life. And you can see quality of life was the category where most people left a comment. And that's where they could leave a comment. That's where they could like, thumbs up, they could dislike a comment, and not even leave a comment at all. And so that's what you see on the ideas wall. You can see the next the category of environment. That's where people had comments to make, as well as public safety is where the majority of the comments came through. And this is a collection of what those comments were. So in building connections, the community thought that you ought to build parks, create community spaces, and consider more recreation programs. Under the business development category, folks thought that you ought to expand retail, quality restaurants, find quality restaurants, and find commercial space and figure out some rezoning efforts. In the environment category, the comments surrounded tree and green space preservation, enhance the recycling program, and revisit environmental ordinances. From a fiscal sustainability category, there were comments about reducing salary and benefits, likely because if they were, the person was thinking that there was a budget, a structural deficit, whatnot, salary and benefits in a service-oriented industry, that's where a participant thought that you could maintain fiscal sustainability. And then, of course, reduce spending. So you often see those two together if that's some comments that we see. Public safety, enforce the speed limits, more sidewalks, noise and ordinance review. And then overall quality of life, and this is where most folks had the comments again, and we wrap them up, build a community center, add public parks, add walking trails, self-service. They wanted to improve self-service and certainly improvements in road maintenance. So folks were asked, there was 162 comments about their vision of the future in 5 years. What did they want? What do they want the township to look like? They want to make sure that you keep the spaces open spaces, more affordable housing options, environmental preservation. So you're going to start to see, I'm going to be a broken record here when you start to hear themes from me. Good parks and public spaces, and this is the vision. Great schools, maintain your low crime rate, become less car dependent, add more sidewalks, natural resource preservation. Folks were asked about their confidence level in the township with a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the most confident and 1 being the least confident. How confident are you that the township will be an even better place to live 5 years from now? And you can see that you can see 3 to 4 where you've got 148, 121. Most folks are confident that the township's going to be an even better place. Now, what we then further ask folks is that if you rated 3 or lower, what would get you to 4 or 5? And what would get those who ranked 3 or lower said that if there were more parks and recreational natural spaces for people to gather, broken record, more family-friendly activities, keeping our high standard of living, reduce traffic noise and building, and reduce taxes. That's what would, keep those folks, to change their mind about confidence. The question about most important areas for Bloomfield Township should prioritize. And we'll just start at the top. We won't go through all of them, but you can see where participants on the site taking that survey said public safety, number one, that the township needs to prioritize in its next strategic plan. Then the next one is that quality of infrastructure and facilities. The desire, maintaining a desirable community to raise a family, recreational programs and facilities, and accessible, efficient, and effective government. So those are the top 5 places where the township should prioritize in its next strategic plan, according to folks who commented on Social Pinpoint site. The next question was, what are some things that Bloomfield Township government does well? And you can see at the top is that public safety is something that you do very, very well, and the community has spoken in that you do that very well. Also then, where you can see the other things that the township does well is that you've created a desirable community to raise a family. Your communication and engagement with the community is high. Your solid waste, recycling services, that ranks high. And your emergency preparedness and response services, that also is something that the community sees that you do well. Now, what about things that you could do better? Recreation programs and facilities. That is something that ranked at the top that folks would like to see the township do better. Quality of infrastructure and facilities, accessible, efficient, and effective government, communication and engagement with the community, and maintaining bike paths and trail systems. So those are the top areas where folks think that the township could do better. This question here about what would you like to see more of in Bloomfield Township? People want more gathering spaces. They want more commercial retail, shopping, and restaurant scene. They want a sense of community and belonging and inclusion. Some of the other, which is where they wanted to see, Michelle, do we have the notes here for other, because that was a pretty large one.
Yeah, Maddie said it, and I'm paging through it right now.
Okay. And then they want to see more accessible, efficient, and effective government. So they like what you're doing. They want you to maintain it. They want you to keep doing it. And we'll come back to that slide. Concerns about the township, lack of public land for recreation and community gatherings, concern over taxes, concern over utility rates, the flow of traffic and congestion, and crime. The question about the biggest challenges over the next 5 years. Folks think that the high cost of living and housing affordability is going to be a huge challenge. Maintaining current infrastructure adequately is going to be a challenge. The high cost of adding needed amenities like parks and green space is going to be a challenge. Traffic congestion and crime. So those are the top 5 challenges that people see as a problem.
I have the data for that.
I have the data for that other category in the previous slide, if you want to go back to that, Jen. Some of the things that people brought up were, again, these answers were all over the map, but some of the ones that are jumping out at me is dealing with road noise and noise pollution, housing affordability, better cell coverage, more road maintenance. Those were the ones that I'm seeing mentioned most often when you're talking about that other category for biggest concerns.
Okay, thank you. All right. The question was asked about Bloomfield Township welcoming to members of diverse identities, backgrounds, and experiences. The overwhelming response was that, yes, the township is welcoming to members of diverse identities. And you can see 18% of folks thought no. 364 responses. All right, this slide gives a summary of the themes that came from the community forums. And this was 3 forums held face-to-face events that Michelle and Keith and Maddie facilitated. And the themes that came out from folks in those forums was that they wanted a township identity. They wanted to know exactly what the township is and what it does. Expanding road maintenance, sidewalks, and trails. Maintaining and improving existing infrastructure. Developing a broader business collaboration. Increasing green space and park options. Maintaining public safety. Enhancing community activities, and addressing water supply and rate concerns. There was about 110 community members that attended those 3 sessions. All right, the next, go ahead.
Those sessions were really important because we were able to have a dialogue with people. And when you do a statistically valid survey or you do the social pinpoint site, you don't have the opportunity to delve in and find out, well, what are people thinking that's deeper than that or behind that? And so what you're starting to see is that thematically the kinds of things that just continue to come up over and over again, regardless of the source of the data.
Also, it's good to point out what you guys did there is that these were some of the largest engagements since COVID in person.
Yes.
For our size community.
We have struggled with that. Prior to COVID, we could do forums and have more than 200 people show up. Wasn't uncommon. One of the largest ones I think I ever facilitated was about 300 people. It's been a slow progression back to getting people to come out. And so these were well attended for a community your size. I just want to pop in here because I kind of manage our relationship with ETC. There's only a handful of companies that do community surveys. You've maybe heard of Polco. Polco and ETC are the kind of the big players, and we have a partner relationship with ETC to use this is all they do, statistically valid community surveys, to use their services so BerryDunn doesn't have to develop that expertise. So they've worked on a lot of our projects with us. And I just wanted to explain what we mean by a statistically valid survey, why it's important, why it was really great that Bloomfield Township decided to do this, and then point out, what we mean by that 95% level of confidence and the margin of error. So we are about at our statistically valid sample. There were, at the time we pulled this data, because we had to get this ready in time to share with you. So at the time we pulled this data, we were 52 surveys short of the statistically valid sample. However, the researchers at ETC and looking at the trending of the data are telling us these results are fine. You can rely upon them because if anything were to change, it would be at 1 percentage point, maybe at the most, for the actual results of this. So you will receive the full report. The township is going to get all of the data tables that has the breakout of every single demographic group. So you're going to get everything. We pulled what we felt was the most important survey questions for you to use in your decision making and your thinking. So that's what we're showing you here. The level of confidence, the 95% level of confidence, is considered to be an industry standard. You can go above that. You can go all the way to 99%. But for every percentage point higher you go than 95%, you pay a lot more money for that sample. And so 95% is considered great for decision making, and particularly for this type of decision making. You're not going to be making decisions about people's lives, their direct, like, does this person, live or die? That's not this kind of decision making with strategic planning. But so 95% is a very high confidence level, particularly for a strategic planning engagement. And then an industry accepted standard for a margin of error is anything between 3 and 8%. And so obviously the lower you go, actually, it's 4 to 8%. We went even better. The lower you go for margin of error, the better the results. So this is the 400 surveys was the sample size you needed to get to that 95% confidence level and that 3.5% margin of error. So this is a very, very sound survey.
So even though you're giving us what you saw up to today, will they continue to complete up to 400?
Yes,
and then
absolutely.
We get everything?
You'll have the final results, and I think when you see, they're going to produce this very robust report, and it will include everything. And then you will also get all the raw data tables, which you can disaggregate by population, right? By all of the demographic groups that were identified, age, ethnicity, race, all those things. And what it's required for it to be statistically valid is that they get enough of the representation from each of those demographic groups that represent the overall numbers of those demographic groups within your community. So you will not only have the report, but you'll have all the raw data that you can delve into if you choose to.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Okay, so we wanted to highlight some of the responses out of the ETC survey. And you can see that 88%, almost 89% of residents surveyed rated Bloomfield Township as a good or excellent place to live. That's high. That's high marks for that excellent place to live. Highest rated items in the township as good or excellent were a place to raise children. That's almost 86%. Place to enjoy the natural environment, 64%. As a community that's moving in the right direction, 61%. And then as a place to retire, 62%, and as a place to age in place is 61%. So those were the highest rated items with regards to a good or excellent rating. When asked if the quality of life is getting better, staying the same, or getting worse, almost 65% of residents think that the quality of life is staying the same, and 19% think that it's getting better. So again, that's very high marks for folks thinking that the quality of life is good or getting better. Very good. Residents were asked to choose why they live in the township. The crime rate, you can see 65%, housing options, quality of educational opportunities, and lot sizes. That's why they chose to live in the township. And then residents were asked to rank the most important items for township's future. So this is a future question about what's important. The top 4 answers identified were increasing opportunities for recreation and culture, and improving the cellular service, improving land use planning, zoning, management efforts, and then increasing access to high-speed internet. So those were the important items that folks in this survey thought the township should focus on. Residents responded to this question about biggest impact for them staying in the township. Why would they stay here over the next 5 years? It's because of the low crime rates. It's close to family and friends, the housing options, and quality education opportunities. Residents' satisfaction of core services provided by the township that they rated as dissatisfied or very dissatisfied were maintenance of streets and sidewalks, public transportation services, recreation programs and facilities, and police services.
Let me just comment really quickly here to say that we really believe, based on the social pinpoint data as well as the interviews that we conducted with stakeholders and the community forums, that it's the streets that are the thing here, not the sidewalks. We asked that as a singular question and didn't break that out in the survey.
Why wasn't it broken down? Because they are totally separate.
They are, and in fact, I'm still trying to identify how it got missed, but Martin actually provided that feedback to the draft survey, and for some reason that I still don't understand, but I'm going to find out.
It could be because a lot of people from cities miscommunicate or misunderstand and don't realize townships aren't streets, that maybe they put in the generic one and didn't see our edit.
Yeah, I think that might have, I'm tracking it down,
that.
but I think Martin noticed it and we attempted to make a change and it didn't get in there. But what makes me feel confident that this is more about streets is all the other data inputs. We're talking about streets, not sidewalks.
Well, I'm sure it's not about sidewalks, but
Right,
it
'cause
should. But just the way it's,
What was it that you said about police services too?
Oh,
Because how could they think
Yeah.
it's one of our best,
so
but then also
this
be
is
dissatisfied?
very common, and this is people are confused by that, but it's this way on almost every survey. When something ranks high, people value it so much that they're always worried about it not being supported, right? Or not being supported at the level that they have been enjoying or that they value. And so it's really good, but they always want it to be better, right? And they're always concerned about, community members are always concerned about public safety. It doesn't matter how well you do it, they are always concerned about public safety.
Yeah, because that seems kind of contradictory. I was going to ask the same question that Dani did.
It's not uncommon for them to give you high marks and then to say, and we want it to be better, or be sure that you continue to prioritize it and you continue to fund it because it's so very important to us and we don't want the quality to deteriorate.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, more questions about how folks responded. What are the most important to them in the next 3 years? And what's most important is that maintenance of streets, police services, and the flow of traffic and congestion management. So those are the most top 3 importance. And you see, like Michelle just said, is that it's great now. Keep it that way. Residents then stated that the 3 items that are least important to them, meaning that it's at least too important, it doesn't mean that it's bad, but it's not important to folks. If you've got a list of items, exactly.
It's the least important out of the most important items is the way to say that. So all of these things were rated as important, but these were the bottom 3 out of the most important.
So folks aren't as worried about effectiveness of communication with the public. They're not as worried about wastewater, sanitary sewer services, and they're not as worried about public transportation and bus service.
That bottom one changes, though. When you ask them to look 5 to 10 years out, they answer that differently about the modes of transportation. They're more interested in that. I think people recognize you can't change transportation modes overnight. It takes planning, it takes time, it takes intention and thought. So for the shorter term, they don't see it as an issue, but when you ask them to look further out, they do.
Well, it's interesting, kind of like in the last group, is water and sanitary sewer is considered on the lower end, and yet the high cost of water is one of the big issues here. So that kind of...
And it's a great point, Trustee Marie. And what's funny about that is a lot of times people don't identify the source of the funding with the actual service, right? They don't always make the connection between, oh, I get this service and this is what I pay for it.
Well, and I'm still wondering if it has something to do with maybe they weren't thinking about the cost of it, just that the confidence that they have that we are taking good care of quality water and maintaining sewers.
Wastewater and sanitary, though.
Oh, wastewater.
Not the same, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, wastewater. I'm sorry,
So
I was thinking
these
water
are-
and sanitary sewers.
These are things that also you get credit, the 1 and 2, you get credit for doing well, right? So again, that's why they're at the bottom of the most important things, because they already perceive you as doing a really good job of communicating with the public. They perceive you as doing a pretty good job with wastewater and sanitary sewer services, which you'll probably see more of in a couple of slides.
Makes sense.
Okay. Residents believe the most critical roles for the township in the next 5 to 10 years are to maintain quality leadership, maintaining high-quality emergency and disaster response services, addressing traffic congestion, making sure that necessary health and human services are available, and communication and engagement with the public. And again, just want to point out, this question asks, what do people think the township should focus on in the next 5 to 10 years? So longer term horizon.
And also,
This is not about any sense of dissatisfaction. This is about the role that they see township as a government entity playing, the importance of that.
All right, let's see. So residents are satisfied with the availability of attainable housing in the township. Customer service provided by the township, that's very high, 77%, and effectiveness of communication with the public. So this is a satisfaction. And then the last rounding out is senior services. Residents are very satisfied or satisfied with senior services. Residents responded as being dissatisfied or very dissatisfied or dissatisfied with efforts to ensure the community is prepared for disaster and flow of traffic and congestion management. And then the last question on this slide is that residents state that alternative modes of transportation are very important or important to the future of the township. And that is what Michelle just was talking about, is that it's good now. Maybe it's kind of, not as high up in the interest of things to pay attention to, but in the future, alternative modes of transportation is something that the community wants the township to think about.
And I would just point out that this is not specifically public transportation. Public transportation would be included in that broader category of alternative. So basically what this is about is people having ways to get around that are other than cars, right? Safe ways to get around the community that are other than cars.
So it could also be ride share, other than their own cars. Yeah, like our
Cars.
No, I thought ride sharing is included, which is cars, but it's like if you're a homebound senior,
Yeah.
you don't have your car, but you use Lyft, Uber, or hopefully SmartFlex.
Yeah, it's about having several different ways of getting around. And
Yeah.
it's many suburban communities are car dependent, and it depends on a lot of that depends on how it was built out, right? How it was developed and built out. So I think seniors is definitely a consideration. It's interesting. I was driving around the area yesterday and I saw a lot of people biking, and I think people want to be able to bike in the community and feel safe doing that and feel like they've got connections, right? Connectors to get around easily in the community on a bike. Those are just two examples.
All right, this one's a little bit harder to read, but this was a question about future importance of the township's commercial future. And so you can see there is that important and very important. The important is the lime green, and very important is the dark green below it. And you can see what's important from a commercial standpoint, from an economic development standpoint, from a business standpoint, is that people want to see restaurants and eating establishments. And you can see that that's about 86% think that that's important or very important for the township to focus on. Commercial retail, you can see there that is that 68% important or very important for the township to focus on. Tourism, recreation, you can see there important is about 31% neutral. We're shifting there into more neutral on tourism, recreation, economic development focused, and then technology related. So these are kind of business or industries that the community wants to see the township focus on.
Comment was made
Earlier that you, and we know this because we had to find places to eat when we came to town. You actually do have a lot of restaurants in Bloomfield Township, but what you don't have, and this is stating the obvious, is you don't have a town center per se or an urban core that people, and that's why that commercial retail and the restaurants show up so much there, is because there isn't a core for people to come to where I can go for a day and shop and eat and kind of in one, small, like walkable or easy to get around area. And people desire that, and that's hard to build in Bloomfield Township because of how you've been developed over the years, and then some of the limitations you have around land at this point.
Yeah, we don't have a downtown area.
Yep. Yeah, you don't have a town core.
Right, and that's part of the transportation issue is, the people that glom into the cities like that because of that. But we like Bloomfield Township. It's a trade-off.
It is a trade-off. I think the pandemic, to some degree, brought out, I think, people's recognition that if you had to go quite a ways to get something, rather than if I can't walk there, or if I can't quickly access it, because people were wanting to get out and move, right? they were getting out of their cars because they've been cooped up, and so that reality of how far away something is without a car the light bulb starts to turn on, right? It doesn't mean the township didn't plan correctly, but that consciousness just changes for people as a result.
Okay, so this next slide is, it sums up themes from external stakeholder. These were direct interviews that we did either individually or with a group of folks. And so these were perspectives indicating that the township should enhance safety and law enforcement.
Let me stop just a quick to give the board an idea of who those were.
Yeah.
It covered business owners, it covered service providers like our Rotary and the youth, the chambers were involved, the youth organizations were involved.
Education.
We had religious education, our religious entities, our school systems. So external wasn't necessarily just resident focused because they had the community forum. This is people who are a part of our community and service our residents in some ways, whether it's through worship or education or others as well.
I'd say
So that's who
it's
they
good that you define that, Dani, and I think in the report it needs to be defined what external means, because I had no idea.
Right.
And I appreciate you saying that, but I think the report needs to reflect that so when people read it, they know what we're referring to.
Right.
Yep. And then we did also interview department directors inside of Bloomfield Township, so we get the perspectives of the people that actually run the programs and provide the services. But
And I believe you also did union board.
we did
board
union.
presidents.
We also
as well.
did your vendors.
Yes, we also included vendors. What are we like to work with?
Yeah, we did vendors of the township, and those interviews were very well attended, and the discussions were rich. I mean, they were some of the richest discussions I can recall having in the past 12 months or so in terms of the just participation and engagement of the people that showed up at those.
I mean, when you're asking people, especially when you're thinking businesses, we wanted everything from a small mom and pop shop all the way up to the Penske Corporation. You're talking about all that in between, and they all showed up,
Yep.
and it was amazing. The turnout was pretty spectacular. Yeah.
All right. These were themes from internal stakeholders, and what we share with folks so that they can provide their perspective is that we don't name the person who provided the comment. That's something that it's not important here. But what we can find here is that there are perspectives, and these are themed about the community strengths. It's a safe community, road maintenance, extraordinary levels of service. Extraordinary levels of service. That is something that came out over and over again. Great schools, the library services are top-notch, safety paths are top-notch, senior services. You're a regional leader on service delivery. Other communities look to you for how, whether it's operations or things that you do. Your green spaces and your natural beauty. And the recognition from the community is there, and that's apparent, and you have very dedicated employees.
So this is sort of the township's assessment of itself, right? And what is important to point out here is that, of course, they would notice some things that the external community doesn't notice because they're working for the township and they see its internal operations every day. But there are also many similarities. So all of that external data, you can see some similar themes as we start to look at the township's self-assessment by its own people.
Thank you, Michelle. Some challenges and concerns to consider is, and you know this, you're landlocked for growth, some outdated facilities, aging infrastructure, staffing vacancies and looming retirements. This is across the United States, is staffing vacancies and the turnover rates. Lack of park and community spaces, affordable housing, challenges, road ownership versus operations, the township versus city-like amenities, tax structure and mandates, traffic congestion, stormwater, and drainage were some challenges and concern that rose to the top. And then the last column there is a focus on opportunities, certainly employee retention, recruitment and talent acquisition, recreational programming, transparency and community engagement, facility improvement, technology implementations, sustainable funding sources, and innovation and process automation. So those were stakeholder perspectives. Now, when we wrap that all up in overall findings, what we've seen is that public spaces and community connections. So responses touch on the issues of the lack of parks and gathering spaces for community events, the aging infrastructure and facilities. Road ownership is a barrier to the township's ability to maintain the community's expectation for maintenance. Police and fire facilities need significant improvements. All facilities have space challenges. Affordable housing. The high cost of housing, property taxes make it a challenge for young families and seniors to age in place, and there's limited options. Crime and safety. There's overarching responses and expectations to maintain the low crime rate and keep the community safe. Limited growth opportunity, the community, being built out, and limited options for land acquisition to expand for parks and new business development. Environmental conservation, the concerns about destruction of natural habitats, loss of green spaces, and focus on preservation efforts. And then fiscal sustainability, limited sustainable funding options due to state tax structure and mandates, and levels of service. Employee retention and recruitment directly impact the township's ability to continue extraordinary levels of service. All right, so when we take a look at all of the data, all of the input that we receive, perspectives from all of the variety of places, we next like to put it into a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. And so the purpose of a SWOT analysis is for the township to understand its current position before it starts to decide on strategies. So that's where we start to build that SWOT analysis, and then what we want to do is make sure that you are good with the strengths and the challenges that we have put together. But what we want to do is have a discussion now and do some analysis about what we have found from a SWOT analysis standpoint. And so we want to understand what are the strengths of the community, of the township government, what are the weaknesses that you need to consider, what are the opportunities that you have to capitalize on for community impact, and then what challenges the community is facing now and in the future.
So it asked me to do this. There's a delay every time I turn the mic on. I'm so sorry. As we do this, we want you to reflect on what you have seen in this data, right? So this was BerryDunn's take on it, because we've been looking at this data and crunching it and analyzing it. But we might not, you have your day-to-day perspectives of this community. We come in, we're here for a short time. We provide the facilitation services that you need to put this strategic plan together, but we don't live here. So, and we don't serve this community on an ongoing basis like you as elected officials do. So we want you to look at these that we've identified as strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, and tell us if this list is complete, because you can add to this, right? Or you can talk about one of these and say, I'm not sure that is a weakness. Maybe it's an opportunity. And then we want to do that with you for each of these 4 things to say, is there something missing? Is there a gap here based on your experience with this township? So as you start to read through these, I'm going to record changes that you'd like to make. And we're going to do the same thing tomorrow when we share this entire slide deck with the department directors and staff when we meet with them. So any initial thoughts as you look at the strengths and weaknesses? Let's start with the strengths.
Well, I don't see it on there, education. We have excellent education
I
in
wouldn't
Bloomfield
say
Township.
But I think they're talking about things we have control over,
Yeah, that's external.
because that's a different,
Well,
is that
No,
what
that's
you?
okay though, because it is a strength of the
Desirability here.
It's a strength of the community, and it's one of the things that people value about this place. So that's okay if you can't impact it directly. It's still okay to capture it as a strength.
Are you talking about the educational opportunities for young people, or are you talking about the education level attainment of our residents?
I'm talking about educational opportunities.
Like our school
Talking about
our
the local
systems?
school system or the
local-
school system including
Local
private?
schools or all schools?
All schools. I mean, we have private schools, we have public schools, we have community education. No, we don't. That's outside of us. No, we have community education. I was going to say community college, but we have community education programs through the schools. Yeah, so I just see education has been a strength of why people want to come to Bloomfield Township, and it's not on the strength side.
Is this, can I just ask a clarification? Is this a SWOC about us as the township?
It's
or
everything.
The overall
It's
community?
everything.
Okay, then it could be
Yeah,
included.
it's everything, because when you're doing a strategic plan, you have to consider not only the strengths of you as a government, but also the strengths that exist in your
Okay.
community, because this is
And it would
a
include-
strategic plan ultimately to make you, to either keep your community as a great place to live, but also make it an even better place to live, right? And then how the government supports that, right, are some of the key components that go in your strategic plan, or how you partner with
Well,
other
I was going to
entities.
say, then I would include it because we partner more than ever, so that makes sense. Like, I wasn't sure if this was just what we run, or if it's what we partner in which case I agree that education is something that
in an
we
ideal
absolutely partner with.
in an ideal world, when you create a strategic plan for a community, you definitely want to have things in there that you can control, but you also want to put things in there that are good for the community that you can serve in your role as the township government to influence or to be a convener, right? Maybe you need to convene your business leaders around a certain topic that you know they can help with. You don't actually do it, but you provide the convening force that gets it to happen.
So I want to provide a little bit more input on that very point, which is we see a lot of comments about quality of life and other issues in schools, and I think our residents, those are expressions of what they want. They don't really care about our little silos we live in. They're relevant to them. What they want is good schools, good police, good library, and it's just an excuse. I know we don't control it, but there are things we can do to, as you were saying, work together more collaboratively. We are working together collaboratively. I'm sure you can do more, in any category of things we can do more. But bottom line, the community wants results, and the silos are just some of our barriers that we have. They're historical, but from the community standpoint, I don't think they really care about that. Those are things we have to try to manage through.
And I want to add it in too, because like even Michael and I are meeting with some teachers, in this week about partnering more. So if it's about partnership, absolutely, we are not only doing it, but we're increasing it.
I haven't seen
A strategic plan in years that's just because this is not an operations plan, right? It's a strategic plan. So all of them include things where you are supporting something, that the municipality is supporting something rather than actually doing it. What other strengths do you maybe identify that you don't see up there?
Our lakes.
Could we do like topography as a whole too, like lakes plus like a beautiful topography? Because even though we don't necessarily have public green spaces, you're driving through a beautiful green space bedroom community. You know, like
Our roads are
our people
if you
take
don't look
really
down
good
at the
care of
road,
it.
our roads are beautiful, and the tree line, the canopies. I was just the other day, it was just a pretty sunny day, you know, driving with the top down, and just so many of our roads.
Do you mean the road? You don't mean the road itself?
I don't mean the road itself.
Okay, I was
said,
going to say,
don't
I'm
look
putting
down.
that as a weakness.
I said I have to talk to you on that.
Don't look down. But, you know, the
So it's a green
trees,
Because you're
space
driving around.
the driving
Yeah.
around, I mean, the trees
Absolutely.
like create canopies over so many of our roads.
Yeah,
and
we
it just
noticed-
makes driving here a pleasure as opposed to, you know, a more commercial or a city area. I think that's one of our assets.
We
have
noticed that when we
beautiful
first came here. We said, gosh, this is so pretty.
Yeah.
Well, the housing stock certainly is a strength. When we have beautiful homes, our real estate has a lot of value, whether people want to buy a home and live there or renovate it and tear it down and put another home in that space. But our real estate and the housing stock are extremely, I consider them a major strength of the community.
Well, and our larger lots that go with that's what another reason why we're desirable for
Absolutely.
tear downs. Because we have the space, you know, the smaller, the location, but the smaller lots, there's more limits on what you can do.
I was going to say the same thing because, again, on the real estate, we have lots that are desirable. We have people that want to be here because of all the other strengths, but they can get lots that are big estate size in an area where you have to go out further into the suburbs to get that in other communities where we actually have it and continue to preserve it, right?
And despite what some people have stated, our tax structure is a strength because when you compare to Birmingham, what you're going to get for the same amount of money, for the same size lot, you're going to pay significantly more money. And I think people don't always look at that equation, that our taxes are high, but compared to some of the surrounding communities, it's a value.
Like our tax value is high, but our tax rate is lower. Like Birmingham's 18 mills.
Right.
And they're half our population and a third of our size. But to Neil's point, taxes seem higher than Birmingham because the value of your house is typically higher.
Right.
But the tax rate itself in a township is better than most cities around us.
Well, and residents generally don't go around comparing tax rates.
Right.
They're just-
And that's why it's a hard thing to explain.
It is.
And I would go on that is the value you get for the services, right? One of the things they talked about is the amount of services we get that are almost similar to like a city, yet we're doing it in the tax structure of a township that has finite resources and limitations at the state level. So we're able to provide more like full service type municipality with tax limiting factors.
We definitely heard that in the interviews consistently. That's a very good point.
And lack of funding from, to your point, even at our tax rate, we don't get infrastructure. Since we don't own the infrastructure, we don't get the funding from the state or the federal government, yet we are investing in other people's infrastructure.
So one thing that's on strengths that I would want to de-emphasize at this point in time would be geographic location. So I might have moved here because it's a bedroom community. It's centrally located to anything. You get Detroit, Southfield, Troy, where all our jobs are as professionals. But that's a little less important these days, and what's more important is adding in, so that was hugely important to me, but future folks are thinking more about their commuting electronically. Our electricity is unreliable. Our internet is not great. Our cell service is horrible. And if you're someone, and a lot more people are looking at that, those two things are sort of coupled in a sense. The geographic location would have been paramount before. It's a little less so now, and so it's less of a strength. And on the weakness side, I want to make sure that as we're allowing more people to commute, employers are allowing more people to show up virtually, that we need to make sure we're also that great location we were when it was a car.
So I will say that I would love to keep it because, as my husband will testify, he's back into the office after 4 years. WWJ just did a whole thing on how people are bringing them back, and only 30% approximately
We're just
are
brainstorming.
remote.
We're not evaluating
Right, but
them.
I mean, there are
there's just-
people of my age that so my gender, or my females is Gen X, that tend to be where we like to explore, and we are 20 minutes from everything. And my friends don't see each other if they're on the east side or west side, yet I get to see all of them. So I absolutely see that I am 20 minutes from the west side, 20 minutes from the east side, 20 minutes from Detroit, and I stay here because of it. So not work, but your social life. You're close to family. When you think about like my father's side, the Walshes, there's hundreds of us. Some live downriver, some live in Clarkston. We're the only ones that get to see everybody. So my life is
Just saying that
benefited.
geographic location may become less emphasized as a strength
Only
for
for
folks who are
work.
younger looking. Well,
But not
no.
for close to family. Close to family, you're close.
I don't know, I think
Just an
that
idea.
the more that
throwing out
people-
brainstorming ideas. So
I just
I
wouldn't
agree
want it
with
taken
Martin
off.
about, we could get better cell service, especially with more people
Yeah,
trying to
cell
work from
service for
home.
sure.
But I think we actually are even more appealing working from home because we have the larger yards and it's a beautiful community and we have good public education for the kids. So you don't have to be as close to downtown or as close to the west side or the east side to get to, your job if more people are working from home and you have more room to expand your house. I think we saw that in the pandemic, that people started putting on more additions because they suddenly needed a home office.
Well,
The space.
Go ahead.
I thought the geographical location, actual physical location makes sense for commuters. But what I believe Martin's trying to say is to be the continued geographical location going forward is we have to make sure we continue to focus on these other factors that, again, over the next 5 years. So geographically, when you actually think car, I think Bloomfield is very strong. But the only way we can stay strong with the commuting or telecommuting and these other things is focus on those infrastructure like cell phone coverage or the other things associated with proximity to highways or investing in those infrastructure. I think that's kind of what you're getting at. And I agree with you.
Absolutely. We could, that strength can become less of a strength if we're not also sort of expanding it into the technology side, not just the car side.
Correct.
I think Clerk Brooke is right on. I can speak as a business professional with an office in Birmingham. I've had Zoom hearings that I can't do for my house in Bloomfield because of my Wi-Fi not being reliable or unstable. And so I make sure I'm in Birmingham so I can do it for my office there where I have better Wi-Fi. So I definitely think
I agree on the Wi-Fi and the cell
calls that
service,
on,
but
yeah.
it is different than, so that,
The location,
regardless of our
I think it's two
location, we can
separate
add cell
things.
service anywhere.
I think
And
we're
we
just
definitely all-
expanding
Right.
what we consider geographical location, especially.
Yeah, that's
For me, it's family. For you, it's work, but it's
Well, it's all the same
definitely,
I didn't mean to exclude your idea either. It's a good one too.
Yeah.
right.
No, that I think it's not exclusionary. I think it's saying, I think what I hear people saying is this location is attractive to people, and how do we keep it that way as desires and demographics change over time?
Like, for example,
Pointed out a couple weaknesses, but possible weaknesses that could.
but for living here, not just people who work, but for people who live here, a couple quick examples, again, these are just, we're all different ages and everything, is people who moved to Grosse Pointe to be close to water. They thought it'd be a great idea. They work from home. They are miserable because they can't see any of us or anyone on the west side. I have at least 3 friends that are moving back to Bloomfield because it's a great geographic location for your personal life. So I'm not discounting that for remote workers, it doesn't necessarily matter where they work, but for where you live, it does. It's still its strength.
All right.
It is bringing some people back.
We got a good list of the strengths, I think. Unless you want to identify any more of those, I was thinking we would move to weaknesses. So we've got 2 already, things that really would be great to improve. So anybody that wanted to live in this place could work and live here easily.
The weakness is we certainly have to improve the technology. You don't have to call it infrastructure, but the technology that we offer is weak as a community. And that's certainly within collaboration with other partners for internet, for cell service, which is horrendous here, which is electrical, which is not strong. So all the utilities, the technology are weak. And we need to collaborate to do whatever we can do to strengthen them.
Yep.
Well, and a big weakness is that the residents, you know, have to pay when their roads need to be replaced. And that's something that some people don't realize when they move in. It can be quite alarming to a new resident, but it's, you know, the difference between townships and cities and the funding, and it's a huge expense. I don't know how to fix that, but I think some people are caught off guard by that.
Well, I think that's a little bit on us too, is it's an education thing. So if you go to the city of, let's say Farmington Hills, they have a road millage and additional taxes. So the resident is still paying for it. They're just paying for it with a different funding source over 15 years. And they don't know when their neighborhood's going to get done. Versus when we make them, or when we assist them when they're SADs, they know when their neighborhood's going to get done. They get to vote on it and get a little more control over it. So again, it's maybe educating our residents on what we do and what we can provide and how we can help continue the infrastructure that's there, which we're doing the servicing, but kind of showing the separation between us and some of those municipalities.
Well, and I think when you buy a house, you know, you look at a lot of things. You look at location, you look at schools, you look at the roof, you look at, you know, the obvious things. And we bought our house, our roads were still dirt. And we were in our house 6 months, and the neighbors are saying, we're trying to get paved, and it's going to cost this much money. And as a young new homeowner,
It's a lot.
It was startling. So that's just another factor.
Could we put neighborhood roads then as a weakness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Any other weaknesses you would identify that weren't on this list?
You mentioned another one.
I guess, and we're going to call parks the same thing as like recreation space, amphitheater, community space.
Community center.
If we're going to call that a similar thing. I don't know if we want to put that something separate, because that is something separate. I can get you a park in a neighborhood. I can't build a community center 3 places in the township, right? Like,
Yep.
So maybe differentiating those two.
Yep.
We're including the ones already on the PowerPoint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't need to read.
Yeah, and we did hear community gathering spaces and open spaces, which isn't necessarily the same as a park.
Like a pocket park
Yeah.
is a lot smaller and easy to access than
Than a
a
community.
large community.
And if they want multiple, where you put those strategically in a township where we have a U shape, making sure we engage as many. So like,
Right.
those are some of the challenges you would have with different ones.
Right.
Ready to move to?
I guess I have one other one is just activities. That was one of the things that came up. That kind of goes with gathering spaces, except gathering spaces could be your own private, you know, events or gathering. Just that we don't have a lot of community events, you know, like my son just bought a house in Royal Oak, and there's Arts, Beats, and Eats, and there's this festival and that festival and farmers markets, and we don't have any of that. So that's something that I heard you mention earlier, and clearly our residents have an interest. I'm not sure where we go with that, but something to consider.
The Birmingham. No, I'm serious. You go to the farmer's market in Birmingham. I mean, we can't have everything, but we
Well, no,
we
but
do
we
have
don't have
location,
lots.
which is great, and we have some great surrounding communities that.
Maybe we could partner.
This will be good fodder for your priorities
No, that's fine.
discussion.
Well, and by him mentioning farmers market, we could
Yeah.
partner more with the nature center and the
Right.
farm to maybe do some combined events, because they do festivals there, like the fall
Right.
festival.
Right, and we have some great properties like the farm and the nature center, you know, and
We could
maybe
do
make
stuff.
better use of them, have more events, not just fundraiser. We have some good
Bowers,
fundraiser events,
whatever,
but
yeah.
Bowers, but have more public events.
And it's not always that the township has to do it all. There's sometimes you can partner with
Absolutely.
other entities to make those events happen. All right. Any other weaknesses you want to move to opportunities? I'm also being cognizant of time because we need to also get going on the activities of you creating some stuff here, not just pondering the data.
I'm struggling with the opportunity for affordable housing in the township.
Yeah.
This is something that's come up a lot, and I'm a builder and developer. I understand it, but land acquisition is so high and development costs so high, taking away township barriers. The township isn't the barrier for a developer building a house. It is trades and costs and equipment. So even if we give developers free land, the cost is so high to build, I can't build affordable housing.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's an opportunity for us.
Do you put it as a challenge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Move it to challenges.
I have a problem with it up there, to tell you the truth, and I agree with you, Chris, that affordable housing certainly is a challenge to people, but it's not on us. And there certainly there's a tremendous range of housing stock in Bloomfield Township, from a couple $100,000 to many tens of millions of dollars. So if somebody is able to buy something for a couple hundred, they're probably going to have to work on it. But that's okay. But I don't think it's on us to provide the opportunities for affordable housing.
Can I ask, we heard, and we didn't delve deeply into this one single topic around housing, but what we did hear is that there isn't a lot of available housing stock for young families trying to get their first home. And I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, yes and no. I mean, my daughter, for example, my daughter and son-in-law are looking for a house. They would love to live here. Maybe they'll be able to, and they'll be in the starting range of what the range I just said, maybe a couple hundred, maybe 300, who knows. But there's not a huge inventory in that range, but there are some. And yes, it's a barrier for many younger people to live here, but that doesn't mean that they can't get here after they live someplace else and make more money or flip it and come in. And it's I think,
Yeah, this
I
is
have
like,
no,
I moved here as my third home.
Yeah.
It was kind of aspirational. So, took a while to develop the assets and to be able to move to
yeah,
Bloomfield
and I'm
Township.
the
Like,
same,
wow, this is
same
great.
same as you, Martin. I mean, I didn't move here right after I got out of law school. It took a little while, and then I was able to move in. So, but I think that's the general way that things are done when you're in a community like this.
Yeah.
But I guess on the affordable housing side, it wouldn't even have to be all home ownership, but we don't even have a lot of apartment and affordable housing for, when the pandemic really showed us, you walk around and every business has help wanted, help wanted. We don't have good mass transit in the entire community. That's not under our control. But people that work in this community, a lot of the workers cannot afford to live here, so they have to commute to here. And so if we could help foster, I know Dave Coulter was using some of his ARPA money to actually subsidize builders in Oakland County to build more affordable housing, because everybody knows you have this piece of property and I can build $1 or $2 million plus houses, or I could build an apartment complex with some modest and affordable new housing. And so they are actually, that's what he said at his Oakland Outlook presentation, was they are using some of the ARPA money to help offset the fact that builders don't want to build affordable housing because they can't make as much money. So they're trying to make a balancing act to get some more affordable housing. It doesn't all have to be single-family residences. But I think it would be nice to have, that more opportunity, that people just cannot be totally excluded from our community.
So this will be some of your discussion when you talk about what your priorities need to be. But let's just see if we've got the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges documented. I think the suggestion was to move affordable housing to challenges. Let's try to finish this part of the discussion up, because I think you need a little bit of a break, and then we need to get you into your generative work. Anything else go in the opportunity column that's not there?
I think the opportunities that we're making we already started some new partnerships with schools, with MDOT, with RCOC. I think there's opportunities to make those stronger and maybe look at more partnership opportunities within those. We've kind of fostered the intro, and now we're getting to the point where we used to be reactive. For example, with MDOT, they used to come in and cut down the trees, and we just fought them to put some back. And now we're at the point where before a tree is cut, they meet with our DPW and we actually see what needs. So we've fostered some partnership, and we're involved ahead of schedule now, but maybe with some of the places where we rely on others, or we partner with others, that we could find other partnership areas if there are ones we haven't.
That's a good one.
More partnerships.
Well, and maybe in the opportunities to, like we were talking about just a few minutes ago, is make better use of the Bowers Farm property, the Nature Center, because in the challenge of we don't have parks, but those are wonderful properties. I mean, the Nature Center is like a park, and I didn't even know it existed after I lived here for years before I knew that existed, and I don't live that far from there. So making it's certainly accessible, but maybe making it more public, making more events. It's a wonderful place.
Yes, I think that.
Great thoughts.
I would add engagement with local stakeholders, external stakeholders. So like you mentioned the businesses that want to get involved,
Yep.
they don't know how to.
Right.
So let's find a way to get them involved.
All right. How about challenges? Challenges that are going to be hard to surpass or make better.
Well, finding park space isn't on there. The park space, green space, that's something that
landlocked. That's what landlocked for growth opportunities would be, the same concept.
Yeah.
Limited land options, right?
I guess we could say the challenge of this, and they already have sustainable funding up
Yeah.
there.
So
Of once we get a park, how do we sustain the cost of maintaining it?
based on our funding sources.
Yeah.
So same thing, township versus city, that all.
Yeah.
What is aging in place as a challenge?
It's being able, so this is your senior community or people that are reaching that age of 65 and older, being able to remain here, both from an affordability standpoint, but also an access standpoint. I want to stay in this community, and what can the township do to make it possible for people to do that?
Whether it's affordability or transportation opportunities.
Yep.
Or medical.
It's everything. Do you have the appropriate medical structure here? Can I get around? Right? Can I transport myself or get transported around the community? And can I live here, even if it's not living in my own home? But can I move from that home but still stay in Bloomfield Township?
Or can I stay in my home with, facilities like
Exactly.
the senior center
Yep.
has the bus that will transport you on certain days of the week for those that don't drive. It lets people get out and be with people their age.
The one thing, it's a great question, Michael, and one thing that I think would be important for you to contemplate is you've got to really deal with the bookends. How do you make sure that this is an attractive place for kids, right? Things that engage youth, and then how the people that have been community members and have contributed to what part of what makes this place great, allow them to stay here if it's their desire to stay here. So how do you do both of those things? And one of the things we like about the age-friendly community movement that AARP started is that they've identified those things that make a community friendly to aging, but what they have found in all the research that they've done, that what makes a community better for people to age in is better for every generation, right? It's good for everyone when you do those things that help people to age in place in their community. So
I would just say, is that a challenge for Bloomfield Township, people aging in place? I mean, we have an aging population. Our median age is almost 50. So I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I can't use the senior center, but we have an extremely robust senior center. They have transportation services. We have Meals on Wheels.
I think they were commenting on our limited transportation. Like you mentioned, there's one bus and you have to book it in advance. So let's say you wanted to go, like we're trying to fight for flex service. So when the county picked who gets new services, we were left out because they forgot about at a certain age, you don't drive anymore. And without Flexer, so with Uber and Lyft, there's been so much crime with certain drivers that there's a mistrust and they're asking for Flex. So with Smart, they could travel to other communities, not just go to the senior center. So we're trying to get people to vote on that scenario.
And it's not like the senior center starts at age 50. At age 50, I was still working and vibrant and driving, and I'm still past that, and I'm still doing that. But we're talking about people that are like, we have neighbors that are in their 90s in my subdivision, and they're still in their home by themselves.
So we can
gets
get
lost.
you,
But
we can,
that support to these people that don't ever want to leave their house, that support, is it practical or, can they do it depending on their health?
there's actually some simple things that you can do. So one thing that we'll bring into the mix here, and this will get more into the development of objectives, depending on what you come up with as strategic priorities, is we helped a client in Wisconsin build an add-on component to their community strategic plan, which was an age-friendly community strategic plan. And ARP has just developed that recently, the criteria and the things that you can do to become a certified age-friendly community. So we can tease some more of that out for you.
And then to
Great question.
Stephanie's point about age, if this were going past 5 years when our next millage is up, I see opportunity at the senior center where it's only open certain hours that are attractive to that group. Nights and weekends might be attractive to the full community.
Right.
So that would be a chance when we, on the next strategic plan, talking about expanding facilities, we do have to accommodate all ages.
Yeah,
Multi-generational interaction and gathering is one of the best practices for not only young people, but that help people with the aging process in a positive way. All right, I'm looking at time. We got to move or we're not going to get done. So I love your engagement and interest in all of this data, but we need to get you into the generative work. So should we take a quick break?
Just a quick bio break.
Yeah, a quick bio break. Let's say 5 minutes and then come back, and then we're going to get you into your activities. Thank you.
So we're going to get started in having a consensus building discussion about the elements in your strategic plan. And the first place we're going to start is a mission statement. And that mission statement is a statement. It's usually concise. It describes the organization's purpose or reason for existing. So this is what are you here on earth to do? And so it's a public statement. And I wanted to share with you some examples. These are a couple of examples of mission statements. And a lot of times, just know that mission statements across municipalities, whether you're a township or a city, a county, a state, mission statements often sound the same. So you can see some examples there about City of Crestwell exists to provide quality, reliable, and affordable city services to city residents and businesses, creating a safe, livable, attractive community with a unique small-town atmosphere. City of New Braunfels, Texas, their mission statement suggests that they serve the community by planning for the future, responding to community needs, and preserving our natural beauty and unique heritage. So a couple of examples. And so what we want you to do is take some time and reflect on what the purpose of Bloomfield Township is, why you do it, and how you do it. And we're going to be taking some notes on after you've had some time to think about that. And so what we want to do is just take a couple minutes and let you think about that. And then when you're ready, what we'll be doing is capturing your thoughts. So we'll just take a couple minutes.
We'll break you, so think on your own. We'll break you into small groups for the next activity, which is the visioning exercise. But for this one, since mission statements are a little bit vanilla, it's a statement of why you exist. We figure this is easily done as a full group discussion. So write down some of your own thoughts and be prepared to share them with the group.
Couple more minutes. All right, let's start. If we can hear from everyone, what we'd like to hear is your thoughts, and if we could start with you, Trustee Burnett, if you can share your ideas about Bloomfield Township. What's the purpose of the township? Why do you exist?
Okay. Purpose of Bloomfield Township, I believe, is to provide exemplary services to our residents, number one. Why do we exist? Why do we exist? That's a good question. It sounds very existential. We're here. I don't even know how to answer that. It's just, I don't even understand that question, to tell you the truth. And I'm not sure why it's there. But the purpose of Bloomfield Township is exemplary services to our residents, listen to our residents, provide, the services that they need, an outstanding place to live, have lakes, green space, and that's it for now.
Oh, thank you. All right.
So I agree with Trustee Barnett that, we're known for our excellent public services, but I feel like it's a very family community. I think we need to maintain that more suburban feel. One of the reasons that I got involved on the board was because I wanted to see us maintain that and not get, like, I won't name other communities, but squeezing in everything possible to lots. I have, concerns about that we're going to slice and dice this community and change the flavor of it. It's a family community, safety, maintaining the services, the good services, and resident friendly. I felt like we were kind of skewing off course there for a while. We're a bedroom community, 95% residential. Not that we don't want to take care of our businesses, but we want to be approachable. We want to be open. We want to be transparent, and we needed more of that. And I think, we've made great progress in that area.
Wonderful, thank you. Martin?
All those things are great, and I agree. And I guess I would perhaps also mention that we're sort of an aspirational place to be, that folks, as they're growing their family and growing their career, that they look for the best places to come to, and Bloomfield Township will be something they aspire to live in. That we're delivering a safe, quiet, and park-like residential community that people aspire to live in.
Thank you. Thank
With
you.
quality elections, my dad.
And high-quality elections.
Great.
Open, safe, and secure.
Dani?
I can't even read my own chicken scratches.
True.
Basically, I think our purpose is to, and funny, I loved Neil's same word. I used exemplary a couple times. So to maintain a safe, beautiful, and inviting township that provides exemplary services to residents, businesses, and the community as a whole by retaining and attracting exemplary employees to provide those services. And when it says, why do you do it? I think it's because we have a feeling of stewardship, as well as a need to provide for our community as a whole. And how do you do it? We tend to focus our resources on services that affect and improve the health and wellness of our residents and businesses and community and employees. Like Val said, if you spread yourself too thin, you can no longer sustain the most important services. Sorry, I talk really fast.
So, Dani, I wrote down 2 new ideas that I didn't hear from the previous ones. What you said, I felt was captured in a lot of the other statements. Yep. What did I miss?
Sure, you probably have it all. Yeah, well, I did add about you provide exemplary services by retaining and attracting exemplary employees.
Yeah.
You can't expect to give gold standard if you've got what's like a not so great metal.
Bronze.
And I think we all love this community.
Third place
so-
is good.
Although I would take a bronze medal in the
Right,
Olympics.
third place is great. Lead.
Lead, there you go. Can't provide gold services with lead.
Who do we have next?
I
Michael?
think it's Michael.
Okay. So I came up with some phrases, and I was trying to piece them together. So I came up with, we provide best-in-class services in a forward-thinking and fiscally sound manner. We are attentive to our community needs, and we preserve our natural beauty.
Like that. Nice job.
Thank you. Sure, we'll
Give you a gold star.
Not bronze.
Not bronze.
Give me a bronze, just take it away.
Oh.
Now they're suing for it.
Michael, I missed the last one.
I said, forward thinking, attentive to community needs, preserving our natural beauty. You got best in class, forward thinking, fiscally sound. Did you get?
I did.
Okay, forward thinking, fiscally sound. Yep. Okay, that's it.
Preserving our natural beauty. I
Preserving our natural beauty,
think that was the last one.
which covers our lakes and rivers and all that.
Very nice.
All right, thank you. All right.
So I said Bloomfield Township is a premier residential community offering exceptional community services to all those who live, work, and visit.
Nicely done.
Say it one more time. Premier.
Is a premier residential community offering exceptional community services to all those who live, work, and visit our community. And why do we do that? Stewardship, belief in something bigger than ourselves.
We love the community.
We want to help our neighbors, and we have a neighborly vibe.
Thank
He
you.
just dropped the mic and looked at Stephanie. He's like,
I was wondering if we did a mic
Just
drop.
went
I was
like
just
this.
checking if there was a mic drop there.
he did. He
It was a
like
subtle,
this.
it was a subtle mic drop.
With exceptional services.
Did he cheat off of
No,
you?
I did too. I cheated off something else.
Did you look one up?
Different communities, you can grab buzzwords.
See, I like the way you guys are approaching this, because what's happening here is that you're really nailing the mission, right?
Yeah.
You're really getting it, and some groups struggle with this. So you're writing mission statements, which is great, but you're also peppering in some values or guiding principles. But that's okay, because that always happens. So we're going to tease those out when we get to that part. Okay, Stephanie.
Yes. So similarly to Trustee Kalinsky, Bloomfield Township is a premier community with exceptional municipal services in a lush and green setting to raise a family and grow old.
Oh, it's another gold star.
Exceptional municipal services
We have 7.
in a lush and green setting to raise a family and grow
Better than
old.
mine. We can have 6.
That's why I'm here.
Yours are better than mine. Yours are better than mine.
Here's one that's from a local township. It says, Township mission, to collectively deliver on the community's priorities, ensuring a high quality of life for all.
I like ours.
That's
very- Very short.
After the green setting.
Raise a family and
Right.
grow old.
Too generic. I was like, and
Very much
Both
so.
spectrums. Well done.
nice.
They should do like the raising kids and aging pets.
Save some of those things from like peppering in different ones.
Like this.
I strongly encourage you not to steal somebody else's mission statement. but what I like what you did was that you all captured some things which you saw in the examples up there, which are, you captured the things that are about vanilla municipal government, and you put your own spin on it about what makes Bloomfield Township a unique place. So, Jen, what are we going to do with this stuff that they just brainstormed?
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to take what you have provided for us. So we want to make sure that we captured everything, all of your intents there. And what we're going to do is we're going to, take a look at this, and we're going to come back, and in your initial draft plan, you're going to see some options. It may be, you may see your exact statement, you may see a combination, but you're going to get options, maybe 1, 2, 3, for you to have a dialogue on and consider, using as your formal mission statement.
Can I add a thought to it? Besides relying on your notes, within a day or two, there will be a video of this meeting where if you've got a question, what was meant there?
That's perfect.
Yes.
That's perfect. We appreciate that. But we feel really confident about what you provided, because a lot of times people struggle with this question. And I know, Neil, you said, I'm not even sure it's an existential question, but you guys nailed it. Like, each one of you had something to contribute. So I can already play out some mission statement examples in my head of how we could weave this together. That's what you pay your facilitators for, so you guys don't have to get into a group writing exercise. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you did very well, though.
Yeah, you did really well. And we're not just saying that. Okay.
Vision.
Here's where we're going to get you into some small group discussions. So, want to make a big distinction between a mission and a vision. A mission describes your purpose. Why do you exist? It is primarily for a municipal government to provide exemplary services, to keep whatever is unique, to keep or make better whatever is already unique about your community, right? The vision statement is where you're trying to go, right? In 5 years, what would you like to have be the same and different? What do you want to retain about this great place? And what do you want to either improve or do differently or add or subtract, right? So your vision is looking 5 years out to a desired state, okay? So we're going to break you into small groups to do this. Let me show you a couple of examples. One is for a county. This was a strategic plan we just completed for the second largest county in Illinois. You might know where it is. It's right outside of Chicago, right outside of Cook County. This is what they came up with. Now, what makes this visionary is this is all building upon some of the things they already have in place, right? They have nature preserves, but they want to maintain those, and they want to expand them if they can. They want to still capture that part of high quality services, even though that's typically in a mission statement, but they want to become a place where everyone in that community can thrive. So in their priorities that they identify below this mission statement, it talks about what that means to thrive in their community. Cooper City wants to focus on becoming a live, work, and play community. And their community is very unique in that though they're not so unique, they have some similarities to you. I think that might be why we put them in here. They want to create, and you guys might not want to create this, but they do, and they have the land to be able to do it. They want to create a vibrant city center, and it doesn't exist there right now. But they also want to maintain their small town feel. And they want to create more belonging in their community because they've had some challenges with racial strife, and they want to alleviate that. So this is truly visionary. They're trying to get to a place that they aren't currently at. Okay, so a couple of examples there. All right, you don't have to answer each of these questions individually. These are prompt questions to get you to come up with those key words that will describe a future vision. And this activity is a little bit different because we're going to ask you to write each of your ideas on these sticky notes. And we want you to write like this, so when we break you into your small group discussions, you got to pick somebody who can write legibly.
I will. Real fast.
Because it keeps me out.
And you got to write big.
I'm going to write while you
Okay,
guys
so
talk.
each individual idea goes on one sticky note. So like if you want more parks, you write more parks on the sticky note, okay? try to keep it to less than 5 words, and please write it in landscape format like this, because we're going to take each small group discussion's ideas and we're going to organize them on the wall, because what's going to happen is you're going to have your small group discussion and you're going to come up with some of the same stuff. So we want to, part of this exercise is to see the multiple times that certain things come up, the alignment across your thinking, as well as where there isn't alignment, what the outliers are. So I wrote down some groups. You can either organize your chairs up at the dais if you want to. I don't know if you have the ability to come down here if that disrupts your public meeting.
To have microphones down there.
To stay by microphones?
No.
So if you wanted to come down,
It would make it more difficult, I suppose.
You won't
Why
be
don't
able to
we
hear.
switch, like if I switch with you and you switch with her, aren't we in our
so
groups?
so
Because I'm going to be writing for
it's
you.
Neil and Martin are in a group. It's Valerie and Michael are going to have the discussion.
And I'm just writing.
And then it's Dani,
Let me see.
I do.
Chris, and Stephanie. Yes.
I didn't have a chance to write that slowly. I'll be better with this.
So these are your small groups. And we're not going to limit you on the number of ideas, okay? But just remember, it's one idea per sticky note and write big. So why don't you take about 15 minutes, have your discussion, and we'll check in with you and see if you need more time. But I bet you 15 minutes is going to be enough.
I have my blues. There's only 3 groups.
Okay.
They need
Okay, yeah, you guys get pink.
Do we get, can you toss us up?
Yeah.
Oh, you want a marker too?
You can write legibly.
Does everybody have a black magic marker? Yay, okay.
That's okay. That's going to apply.
No, we don't.
That's right. They call it like, we love this.
We're good, thank you.
Tweak it, right, fix it a little or whatever.
Look of the township, right?
And he's about it.
Saying like,
So let's do we
Okay, so
Bloomfield Township look like 5, 10.
like, and it can be
10
all
years from
different
now.
ideas.
green.
Where do you want to
So
see?
you want to
the
start with, you had to pick, what do you want to retain?
You
What
wanna go
goes to your
for
point? What do you want to
Like the
improve?
same.
Not just retain, but improve.
So how many?
So I don't know. Let's see.
What will maintain lot size?
Large lots and trees.
Maintain current density. No. Okay.
Lots control.
You want, that's the things that can be part of like residential community.
I would say
Ford Township in 5 years.
Maintain lot
See it from
size
here?
and
Okay. That's one.
expansive tree canopy.
What else you got? I'm just gonna keep writing and we'll start taking.
More expansive tree.
Safety or safety
more
wall.
expansive.
When you say more,
Or
is it
maintain.
greener, safer,
well, the problem is when you look at the way they wrote it,
make it more bicycle and
compare. They just say, what does it look like?
Friendly,
You could look
I
at
don't know,
the
like
future.
being a place that people like want to
5 years from now, what
cling
is it?
to and feel like.
I guess you say it's more than today, but
Expansive tree canopy, okay.
yeah, or just,
So
you
whether
know,
it's that or if we don't focus on it, we'll be better.
So
Restaurants.
maintain focus, so maintaining focus and improve as possible, or
One side.
It's going to be a regional leader, so whatever that means.
Okay, that's a good one.
What about maintain lot sizes?
Jimmy will be happy that you added that. John already knows. John's got the ego.
how about preserving?
That's what I love about him. He's a drop the mic guy like you.
I don't know. I kind of went maybe off in the wrong direction.
Compliment.
You get much better handwriting.
Compliment who we already are. That's what I'm really getting.
Because I'm seeing what each of those
All the fragmites and stuff.
And they're telling me doing my subdivision signs for a picnic this weekend, and I showed it at school. And I have to redo it twice. First few times you do. And I'm still not good at it. See the teachers, they're like they type
You
it
focus
out
on
there.
natural
Okay.
features.
What else do we want to see? We
Continue
want
to
to
focus on
see.
natural features, because that
But she's
includes other
pointing out
things.
something really important. Is yeah, he's stricter.
But I hit everything. They want the green
Coming up with the right
community
words, but I'm kind of
focusing on
like,
natural features, which
happy,
Should be stricter on that.
comfortable family.
Because here's the problem. Here's the problem.
More
It is-
welcoming
if you ask
community,
for
family
that,
community.
Yeah.
So the problem I have with family
About the death in the township.
I
That
know.
was an amazing email, by the way.
Community.
Yeah, how do we
At the same token,
distinguish from,
I'm okay with
how do
why
we,
they
how do we
did that. That's
not
their choice.
turn
Maybe I should just phrase it.
Actually, it wasn't, it was in the right
Okay,
way. It's
welcoming.
actually part of our preservations above 8 inches. It's not their choice.
So
They'll
That's
change
the problem,
basic-
is it's not their choice.
then he can get fined.
Basic
Yeah,
township.
big deal. It's the ask forgiveness, not permission is now the way.
But now, there are things in place for us to go after. Versus if you build
There's really not. Like, she's seeing it too. It was the most
Resident-friendly government?
What is it?
And she'll ask, like, what do you mean by that?
These are low.
And they are doing that. I mean, they want to make any no major changes. Then
Like, for example, that one's not even on the option to take off because you're not allowed to. So there's 25 inches. After 25, it's not even on there because you can't touch it.
Even if it's in the buildable footprint.
It wasn't. It was in the right of way.
So, but I'm saying if it was in buildable
It's a
footprint.
government
They still
and
need
services.
permission.
No, that's good.
Services.
And then
It's over 25. If it's a legacy
I
sign,
use my best in class services.
Not very bike friendly now.
It's not bike friendly at all. I mean, make it safer,
so should we say?
bike friendly.
So let's agree the lakes.
And then if we separate the lake from the community.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Because some lakes take care of some.
Okay.
And it's getting out
Some
of
of these things we
control.
have to remember.
Okay, so
Counties do.
So for
Why'd you move
lakes,
here? What do you like?
our
improve-
natural water.
You want to keep?
I moved here by accident.
Improve preservation
Right.
of
I
lakes.
saw a house online
That's the point I'm making.
Where'd you grow up? I grew up here, but I was living in New York.
You didn't want us to deliver it.
That's part of the problem. We don't have enough partnership.
My
Say we are.
then wife or then girlfriend were getting married.
Should we
Wanted to move
say
out of New
by
York. So it wasn't a place to
forcing,
raise a family.
improve preservation
We
of
don't have to do the
lakes?
house.
I convinced her to move back here.
Mission.
And we literally just looked at houses.
Okay. And then for the greens, for the tree preservation, this one I would say,
My son came back, they were looking for me.
yeah, greater enforcement of tree preservation. That was
So,
across the
No, no,
board.
I'm trying to figure out the wording of like
maintain the schools.
the focus or the ordinance.
Get back input.
Educate, educate and enforce the tree, educate and enforce, because sometimes people aren't doing it on purpose. A lot of times.
Educate, enforce, and the ability to.
How about
But is that, what do you mean?
Electricity.
So I can phrase it.
We don't run, but we have
I
to.
feel like there are things on the books that we can enforce the rules. Do we actually
two
pay attention
either
to? Like go out there, like before you cut, you have to get a permit. Big
Yeah.
permit, it's a $5,000
that was one of the
fine.
things that people said they wanted to see in the restaurant.
But so,
Which one do you want? I like
now
it.
that's material. Yep, so you're right. You were only making $6,000 today. It's a $5,000 fine. You didn't come out.
So educate, enforce,
Yep.
and
talked to Brian.
What we can,
how would you phrase that part about
we can tear those machines off. So
increase preservation?
Tear those off.
Or increase, or like enforce
When I saw that, I was like,
Oh, and greater accountability. Accountability is
just
over
like
managing,
concentrate.
yelling at people.
have
The same thing.
greater.
Birmingham, all their commercial,
My internet goes out, my cell, I can't
retail,
say and report my power's out. It's myself. I have to walk out to the road.
I would have loved for them to come.
Aim in the right direction.
But it would have been a little more stretch. You know, they come from California. They have these
I don't necessarily enforce it.
and they have two careers.
That is, again, I'm a builder. I think differently, but that's what our residents want.
But it was in the right of way. It
That's why
doesn't matter what it
CBP,
was.
I say that's what the residents want. I'm going with you.
You know, my daughter-in-law.
But that's why we have permittability, so they can come to the ZBA. This is
how
what
about,
you chose.
how about also a,
Ask forgiveness.
But then we give me a five.
I'm okay with that.
We give me a $5,000 or $10,000 fine.
palpable sense of
Well, I'll let y'all know about that.
So,
Make our group
investment
look good.
in township facilities.
You can take credit for that.
PALPABL.
Yeah, we heard a lot, like it's really.
Utility services.
Sense of
Utilities, like, why do we need that? I mean, that's
Well,
all I
I'm
hear.
guessing they are.
It's great.
Of course. Seniors that come in here with a walker, and cane, like, I
Sense
have
of
to go
community?
downstairs.
Well,
What?
go to other township halls. We're becoming outdated. In cities.
What about incense
Well,
or a separate one?
I'm trying to make it- You're absolutely right. Jim was being prosperous.
We're working
Safe
on
and inviting
apply for some.
Safe.
for
When you
visitors
say,
and
so when you say
residents.
safe, are you talking about safe for the person, for life and limb, or safe for property?
Oh, that's interesting. I'm saying.
They'll say
a
yes, we just gotta give
safe-
it to them, so we
Like
just
some
finished
people
their
don't wanna
space.
go to Detroit 'cause
They're gonna,
Detroit.
January through March is the next one.
A safe and inviting community for residents.
One is January, one's March.
Okay, I like
Is
that.
that too much?
Yeah.
We need 15 million
And
pretty easily. I think we can
We
spend
have
that.
issues that
Safe and inviting.
why issues, there's a lot, so we're, yeah.
So,
3 groups, 3 easels.
For residents
Yeah.
and visitors.
Oh, visitors, okay. I'll say guests.
It is us.
So improve technology to.
Do we
improve
want
safety.
do we want anything,
Or invest in technology.
do we want to see any
Not just a buzzword, but they were talking about like natural disasters. The way I see natural disasters, our
tells
stormwater management is a problem in the town.
we don't really have a lot of property to, and I don't want a convention center, so I don't want to draw that in. If we build too many hotels, then there's going
What's
to
that
We need a better partner.
No.
Better partner
Yeah.
or be a leader.
I like the community.
Every time it brings, you hear about, well, that's fine.
But we,
They have been here in 5 years.
Figure out a way.
right, and we now are having more meetings, that's what I'm saying, they're at least
Right across the street from Silicon Bay. So if you go west of
but
Talbot,
how do we improve it?
just stretch of land.
How is it different than
It's in the township.
And then
So we need to,
south side, oh, like where Monk's
invest,
Motors is.
invest in stormwater, improve.
You know, when we did the
like,
safety path plan, we started talking about that like a year ago.
Or we
For
should,
that,
like,
you know, partnered off a telegraph
the
and
county
I
to
didn't
invest.
realize
Okay.
exactly
How
where
about
that border was.
address
Is that, are those
With-
apartments,
okay.
those new apartments behind
With
Menards?
WRC to address. Oh, and
Everything other than the first strip center that's in there is Menards and Conway.
They were doing utility. They're the one
Ours
that
is
we're developers
fine.
in the community. They don't have enough.
Then,
They make-
oh, okay, so the first strip, because I say, because we did,
We have,
we monitored the
we-
signage and all that for those small places.
Right, we have there's a small strip center right in front, that's ours. All the rest of it is mine.
I was accurate.
It was an annex.
wait till you guys see.
Menards is in
See what
Pontiac.
comes to you with
Clearly
that
Lowe's
maple.
is in Pontiac.
This, first of all, it apparently was presented
Lowe's is in Bloomfield.
without all the information. It's 9 houses, not
Which
2.
was
It's,
a lot of information.
it's literally, they
Yes.
forgot to finish.
No, Lowe's is Bloomfield Township. No, no, you're right. Lowe's is definitely Bloomfield Township.
Well, I know residents, no residents.
Yeah.
Because that guy came in.
Person's been 7.
And like the William Beaumont.
And it's
Yeah, it's all
Pontiac.
annexed.
because
They
it's the
knew
end of
that
a
we
loop of
lost
the
some
I think
drain.
some of them were,
Never
I think
closed
some of
the
them were
loop.
trying
So
to get.
imagine,
Because he built that
so
really
they're
nice
coming
house.
back.
When that whole thing went down.
Built really
they
nice
tried
house
to-
right in the
And
worst spot.
the, like the
worst spot
430 judge
because
calls
our
and the
COC
annexing.
never
and-
finished.
Well,
Everybody
so I was
never
there,
finished
no, no,
their
no, I-
thing.
That was nuts.
But it's all 9
That
of
was,
them.
I mean,
It's
it
not
was
one
like
person.
literally like they
There's
have
9.
this set
There's just
and
one
then
person
at
speaking
like
for them. So
4:45.
you'll see it's crazy how bad it is.
It would like.
Okay, so we got
election,
that.
or it would allow the election, and eventually we ended up losing.
In the next, what do I feel is also addressing, either
I need
parks.
parts,
much
I
as
need
either
at least pocket
park-
parts, at least start with pocket parts.
Stress all the time and money that got spent fighting over that. The land did end up, we drove by, it was like a ghost town. The infrastructure they put in.
That's what I mean, like people keep looking at like
2008.
Marshbank Park.
We hit
We don't
2008.
have room for
All
Marshbank.
that took place, all that took place in the
Right,
early
but I mean,
2000s.
after all the, there were years of fighting and fighting and fighting over it, and then it collapsed because timing is everything. It was really a mess. We looked at condos for our son on Adams Road up by the Meyer where Adams curves. They were developing this whole new community in 2008. It was like
Focus on
literally
land acquisition.
Because that means we'll have to put
And
together.
revenue.
Let's get Donald Trump up and X crashes the site.
Right.
I think I have a solution.
Plus blames hackers.
I do, you know. Oh, we're doing great.
How many?
5 different things we wrote out. I got tired of writing.
Oh,
Have drafts.
I think we beat you. We got 1, 2, 4, 5. We have 8. We win.
Well,
quality of mine are much better.
Well, that's what we'll find out. And how many of ours are the same?
Giving the residents that. So I'm taking the point.
Yes, I said that.
I take no ownership. I don't care.
That is how I
I was in the grandstands, and I was supposed to get inside, but I wrote back to the generic link, and then I got the FEMS for inside.
The safety bath millage was gonna go down lower to still need a few
So that would be
Get inside, and they're sitting up on the bleachers.
So I wrote focus on land acquisition and develop fund.
We went Lori's bus. Wasn't it one of us? It was an Amy. She interviewed me on the way down.
I would love to take.
We were sitting in the community of these.
Like we used to do the old
It was the hangar.
we did the
My
open
son
house
says,
and
"Yeah,
we
she got
promote
remote."
them
I'm
on
like,
their
well,
website.
monitors, but no, she was right there. So of course, too, like this. We were by hangar.
Like it said, not just fall festival, but do like our birthday each year, like the township's birthday and have it at the.
We were definitely there.
That would be, that's what that day, if we work these days and get out that day, which as far as.
Wait, one more is, what is the one we just said?
Which was
Partner
faster to move
Partner for,
Let's see what they got.
with schools for festivals and events. We have one more, and I wrote it fast. I apologize. I get really illegible by the fast, right? Can you read that?
She was just
Like
saying.
when I said the names, I would like go like this. She's like, I see a first initial for each.
Yeah.
We'll put our name in. I like to work with municipalities
No, they
to
both
partner
come
with
up with
consolidation
ideas.
services.
Yeah, we do that. We can
Increase it and see where we'll really have to.
And don't say
The instruction.
when I say partner, so when I say take over, like lose control, it's a partnering with consolidation services.
Yeah, that's something.
That's two.
I'm
I'm ready to that.
For change.
Increase partnerships
Silence the violence. What's important to you, so you can see what I.
With community
With-
services. We got one more.
community
Which was kind of bizarre, that little park.
services.
Little park there with like 2 chairs.
Somebody's gonna
yeah.
say, what does that mean?
Is that?
I feel like I'm like at the buzzer.
But it was right by.
That was discussed in the past.
Do you have anything to add? I can still. No. But Ishbia is Bloomfield Township, and the park is Birmingham. Okay, that's why we never knew that, because there was no park in Birmingham. But after that, I ran it back the second night.
If you live there in the community, that's your park. I mean,
So the second night of basically where then.
There are 100,000
We're here.
Okay.
I missed some of it.
It's one of those like one shot.
We're going to do a readout of every idea to make sure that the ideas individually are clear, that everybody understands what they mean. And so if we need any clarification, we'll do that. Then we're going to organize them, okay? We'll organize them because there's some similar things. So we're going to put them in categories of things that are similar. And then the same way that we're going to do with the mission statement, we're going to take all of your ideas and we're going to craft them into some options for you that try to incorporate the stuff that you all agree on. So we're just going to go through them one by one, make sure that everybody understands what this means. Develop funding sources for park maintenance. Clear?
Yeah, it goes with the other one of acquiring land for parks, then you.
Where
need
is
to
that? I'll put them
fund it.
together. Where's the acquiring land for parks?
I think it's hanging off.
Is this one?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's increase partnerships with community services.
Okay.
Where's land acquisition?
it's the one to the right of.
There.
Yeah, first,
Just switch
first you
spots.
need the land for the park, but then you also gotta be able to maintain the
Put
park.
it over here.
And have appropriate funding.
Yeah.
These two go together. Okay. Investment in families. Say a little bit more about this one.
Facilities. I wrote that
Oh,
one fast.
facilities. So in the township's facilities.
Correct.
Okay. Can you get a marker and
There's one right here.
Jen and just put in parentheses, township, so with capital T, so we know. Retain current density and large lot sizes. That one's pretty clear. No questions about that one. Improve preservation of lakes. Is that clear? Continue to be a regional leader of public safety. That seems pretty straightforward. Increase partnerships with community services. So thinking of shared services.
Shared services consolidation.
Oh,
It's like right now, we are a vendor for some other communities.
let's add
Increasing
consolidation.
that.
Yeah, let's do this one over here. Now let's add consolidation down below there. Okay, bustling restaurant scene. So I'm on this next page right now. Bustling restaurant scene. Any more clarification needed on that? Resident-friendly government. Okay, that one might actually be a value, but that's okay. It's okay that it shows up here. When you go do the values exercise, we'll decide if that needs to shift. Safe and inviting community for residents and visitors. Pretty clear. Best-in-class services. That's also in your mission statement. So you kind of have to decide, does it need to be in both?
It's not yet in the mission statement.
That's true.
I like that you want it to be in the mission statement.
So when we bring options back, one of the decisions you'll need to make is, do we need that in both places? Okay, not our decision to make, your decision to make. All right, expansive tree canopy, preserving density. Now, wait, what does that mean? Because
That was kind of our,
that seems in opposition to this.
It's exactly the same.
So we had the same exact thought, and we only added large lot size so that it was interpreted.
Preserving density is we don't want to be more dense.
Right.
Got it.
Right, I was saying lot size, Michael liked preserving density, but same thing.
Just wanted to make sure that those two things
No,
weren't
those are
in
clear.
conflict with one another.
Those are
They're the same.
Okay, I get it.
complementary.
Palpable sense of community. What does palpable mean to you?
You can feel it.
You can
know
feel it. You can feel that sense of community.
Pervasive in the atmosphere.
At that pervasive feeling.
Michael's on
Pervasive
fire
feeling.
tonight.
Like that. Okay. The one below that is a welcoming community for all. So you want to be welcoming to all people who live here.
It doesn't just mean to people who live here.
It says all.
Visitors, everybody.
Businesses, yes.
Yes,
Businesses.
business owners.
Right.
So
All.
double underline all.
All means all.
All right. Partner with WRC and RCOC to address stormwater issues.
It's pretty specific.
Very specific. This might end up as an objective under one of your priorities. That's okay. You get everything when you ask for this kind of brainstorming. You get everything, and it's perfectly fine because there's a lot of good stuff here for the vision statement. Partner more with schools for festivals and events. Again, maybe more of an objective, but awesome. That lets us know where you want to go. Increase partnerships with community services. We talked about that one before. Educate, enforce, and have greater accountability of consequences. What does this one mean? I'm not clear about what that means.
It's supposed to be for trees and nature.
We left off because it was time to turn in the green space, like the tree canopy.
The tree canopy.
Right now,
Thank you.
Get rid of the ask forgiveness, not permission of cutting.
Got it. So
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
related to tree canopy and green spaces.
Yeah.
So like the tree
Got it.
ordinances, things like that.
Right, stronger, to not just have one, but like enforce it.
Okay. More reliable and enhanced utilities and technologies. You talked about that as one of your weaknesses. Greener. This is really broad. Collectively, do you guys understand what this means? Greener?
It's the same thing about the trees.
Yeah.
More trees.
What, do you mean green or also green technology? Like,
Green
do you want solar
technology,
panels on the roof?
Like environmentally, I like that.
Well, I'm not saying that in a negative way. I don't even think that's a bad idea. I just,
No, greener.
that way, but it could.
I mean, greener.
I like it.
I think you're referring to
both.
trees. I think it's trees.
Yeah, but I think you could. I think
Also means
greener.
greener from a
Greener could mean from like
both.
yeah, like
Well, it could be-
recycling. I like that.
No, not for me.
But it wasn't.
I mean,
it
it's
wasn't my
separate.
pink
It's
slip. So
separate.
Should we make two separate slips saying green?
Yeah, let's make a
Technology
separate
and
slip.
green.
Jen says that says,
I'm too
how would you call it? Environmentally conscious or
Yeah, environmentally conscious could be.
Again, which one's environmental? Are you talking about the trees or are you talking about your
No,
Green
the-
New Deal?
The greener is Martin's trees and
Trees.
Anyway,
Greener also.
anyway,
environment, greener,
since we,
you know,
since the two of us
solar,
discussed it,
energy.
we get a word in here, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Green energy.
Go ahead, Neil and
Yeah,
Martin. Go ahead.
No, what we originally meant was greening or greener, protect the trees, plant more trees, tree ordinances, everything having to do with.
Trees and canopy.
Trees. Now, if it's going to be green as far as greening.
I gave you
and
another
more
one.
Environmentally green, that was a separate issue, and that's fine to add that, but that's a separate issue.
Okay,
Here's another one. So this is a separate issue.
okay, we'll just put this up here as a new one. Okay, invest in technology to improve services. So that's internal to the township, really leveraging automation and technology to make the services that the township provides to the community better. An aspiration.
An aspirational community to live in.
Yeah, I'll just add
Bloomfield
that.
Township, your aspiration. Yeah, something, it was, one of the questions were, what would, I can't remember back on the other screen what that was, but it was how
You
people
were
viewed the
talking about-
township.
Yep.
And, you know, that's where, boy, I really hope to live there one day.
Become more bike friendly and embrace who we are. Don't change it. Okay. What we're going to do now is have you help us group things that are like ideas together, right, into sort of groupings. So let's take everything that has to do with the trees and the green and the open spaces and let's put them all together. So we've got
Preserving density.
No, densities, that's not about the trees.
It's not about the
anything to do with green.
Oh, we gotta do a better one.
No, that's. I would put that improved preservation in lakes, I would put that with the trees.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is density its own thing?
Yes, density has to do with the size of our lots.
And I just look like.
It's not tree density.
Luckily you're off.
Well, then the green one from the pink.
Would you put the lake preservation in that same category, or would you keep that separate?
I feel like that's all part of green.
I would put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Because
suggest.
we have
Okay.
some lakes that invest to stop phragmites and some haven't, so it's kind of,
So then there's
Purging it.
these, there's this whole thing about this sense of community. So we've got the palpable sense of community, we have safe and inviting for residents and visitors, welcoming community for all. Do those all go together?
Yes.
What else goes with this? Anything else go with this green category here?
I don't know if you would say bustling the restaurants, if that's in that same.
No, that's a different thing. That's gonna
not
be
like
its
quality
own
of
thing.
life or something.
Like development.
The tree one, that's fine. That's part of that. That you're taking down, that's part of it.
Oh yeah, this one goes here. That's right. Let's build a column. Yeah, there's the partnership stuff. And then let's build a column too for government services, about being a great service provider, because there's a bunch of that stuff.
That's really stuff.
Yeah, surprising.
Too well. Okay, what do I have here? Resident-friendly government.
Leader of public safety
Yeah.
services.
Oh, that's specific to public safety though, maybe that's its own category. Here, I'm trying to get these going here. So let's have a column for about how the government operates. I'm gonna skip for that one. Do you want partnerships as its own thing? Or is that part of being a good government?
I think that's good government.
Government.
Part of good
Yeah.
efficient, because
Yes,
they said
so-
that efficient government.
Is this partnering to create more events and stuff? Is that part of effective government or is it in its own category?
Well, is that the community?
Quality of life,
Resident
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That one was for,
That's
Fun
making
stuff.
a welcoming community.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Look how the three come together.
This
Look at that.
this column is all about like sort of technology, getting your utilities better.
is this a part stormwater issues? Does it go with that, or does this go someplace
Well,
else?
improving services, I guess, it's improving water, wastewater. I mean, that's,
I would say it's an investment in a service or an infrastructure.
Yeah.
Just like clean energy would be, or investing in
Okay, so these are
technology,
really infrastructure related.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the pink one though, it's not our infrastructure actually. So that's when we're thinking about utilities, we think electrical. The others are thinking, internet, cell service. Which
Oh,
none of those things are us.
But isn't, could you have a category of infrastructure that's both township responsibility and other responsibilities that the
Sure.
township tries to make
Infrastructure.
better?
that we try and facilitate.
Yeah, because you want to be a
Just
partner.
being clear that
Yeah, I
that's
think that
when
would
we
be-
said
you'd leave that there.
that wasn't intended to be any of our, things that we built or own.
Our blue one isn't either, like the stormwater, that one's
Right.
the others too.
That's right. So those are both the same. It takes some collaboration.
Where does become more bike-friendly go?
I'm almost thinking the greenery.
There are
The park
two
spot?
here
Oh,
about
parks.
developing sources for park maintenance, focus on line activities.
It's all recreation.
Yeah, I think,
That's
Yeah,
part
like
of
recreation and parks.
Would you put this in with recreation?
yes.
Parks, trails,
Yeah.
recreation. Okay.
Where does this public safety one stand on its own, or does it go in good government?
Good government.
I think good government.
And then so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories. And did I count that right? Yeah, I did. So then we got these 2 outliers.
Oh, okay.
And maybe they're just words that we use to help create the vision.
Where's the
statement.
restaurants?
Where does this go? Is it kind of like up here?
What is
it
it?
a value?
What is it?
It's be an aspirational community. I love it. Where does it fit? Where does it,
In our mission?
this is your vision.
No, I said would it fit as part of our mission?
Well, aspiration is about future orientation,
Well,
so.
where did the one about restaurants go? Bustling
I would put it
restaurant
as part of
community.
I have a couple, thank you.
Yeah, 2 got lost over there.
Yes. Where does
our
the bustling
restaurants.
restaurants go? Is that part of having a feeling of community?
That's what I said, and then you
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, community and feel and environment for the residents and visitors.
Where does the investment in facilities for the township go? Is that part of the good government?
This is
Yeah.
Government.
Yeah.
And then the middle.
Okay, I can buy that. So we have these 2
but this is
descriptive things, not sure where, I think these came from you guys.
Yes,
I
yes,
should
yes,
know where to put them.
Yeah. I mean, they've seen part of that center board, some part of all of those things.
Preservation.
It's.
I would think even the community stuff,
Yeah, that goes, yeah.
the aspirational goes to being the welcoming community and
This is
Yep.
sort of,
Well, we want people to
Want to be
think
here.
they want to be here. They
Exactly.
aspire to
the
be
thing
here.
that,
They-
the thing that I
and you wouldn't want to be somewhere
I
that's not
see about
welcoming.
these things is that it's almost like 2 sides of the same coin. It's, you want to be an aspirational community and be thoughtful about the future and being intentional about the future that you want to create. And you also want to preserve what is really great about this place. So you want
To make sure it continues to be.
Make sure it's
Yeah.
sustained. Make
Right.
sure-
Because a lot of us already believe most of this stuff.
Exactly.
I already believe we're an aspiring community. I want to make sure that for the next 5 or 10 years, it continues to stay.
Stay that way.
And we've done that by embracing people of different cultures, ethnicities, thought. So we do a lot of these things. It's sharpening the knife as we go and making it better.
Right.
So this is,
And can I add, I'm sorry, by embracing who we are, doesn't mean, in a sense,
Does it mean not
Doesn't mean
forgetting who we are? Like
Yeah, I
not
mean,
changing
it's-
so much we aren't recognizable?
right, because change is going to happen, but when we change, we want it to be consistent with sort of who we are as a community. We can't resist change, we have to manage it, but manage it in a way that,
Like
that we
evolve.
continue to sort of be who we are. We have large lots.
So
we
we
have-
don't lose
agree.
what we
don't
love
lose
about
what's
it.
great about
You
it.
evolve as opposed to change.
Yeah.
It's like if you have an old house that you buy. It's a great old house from the 1800s, and it has great bones to it, but you just want to improve it. Basically, that's how I see the community. We have great bones. It's fantastic. We have so many things that people enjoy about it, so we can always improve upon it, but I don't really want to see us changing it
You
drastically.
don't want to knock it down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first thing I said in our group was, we want to keep the township what it is. So I think you're
And
spot on.
that's what we said right up there. It's the first thing we wrote down. Don't change the basic township. Yeah.
Evolve and improve and maintain what makes us great.
Yeah.
So, got it.
Yep.
So these, I think, when I'm putting this over all of it, is like, you kind of group these into categorical things, and these might actually be your strategic priorities, these columns, right? But these are words, or the thinking around this is what we're gonna try to incorporate into the vision statement along with these other pieces, but to convey that essence of being aspirational and keeping what really makes us
Who we are.
Okay, when you think about that vision for the future and you're thinking 5 years out and what success would look like, you can do some of this stuff, right? Is there anything missing from here that you aspire to or that you envision that's not on this list? And I'm thinking more on the high level, not the specific objective, but anything you want to convey that would tell somebody that's coming, like a new employee that was coming to Bloomfield Township and saying, this is where we're trying to get to in 5 years. Is there anything missing from the things you put up here that are important? Thinking also to all the stuff that was in the environmental scan.
What about things like diversity, like increasing diversity so that because I had someone talk to me about how we have wonderful services, we have, wonderful police and fire, but is it as diverse? I know hiring is, we want to hire the best, of course, so we're going to hire who comes before us regardless, but, that we become a little bit more diverse.
Where, as a community or as a workforce?
Well, we can't control the community, but we become a little more diverse to better represent or give all of us just a better feel of the big picture, because we have a diverse community. It's not extremely diverse, but we have not a lot of diversity in the township. It's been a complaint that I've heard from.
So Valerie, that could show up in a few ways. That could show up in a value statement around that, about your workforce. It could show up as an objective about being a good government so that your workforce is reflective of the community. So you can talk about it when you have your values discussion if you think it belongs there, but I could see it as an objective within the whole good government. Strategic priority, if you will.
So maybe could we help partner with schools to encourage all groups to want to go into the services? Like if you're thinking police service, there are a lot of groups that don't go into that service. So are you thinking like partnering with the schools to help teach everybody about what's they could be when they grow up kind of thing?
Well, we do that, and I love it. We do that with the student academy.
Yeah, we just started
that. We just did that,
2 years.
2 years. And I've gone and watched what they do. And they bring in kids that aren't sure what they want to do when they get out of high school and aren't sure if maybe this is interesting to them. It was fascinating to talk to some of them, and I listened to some of their post interviews with the cable station was interviewing them. I just think, it's important that a community is represented by diversity. I mean, I think, we've seen that across all levels of different cities and governments. That sometimes there's not a diverse population.
So that's what I'm kind of trying to touch on. Is 66% of our employment is public safety, and there are certain areas of our community that they don't typically apply to us because they're not going into those academies. So it would be almost a bigger discussion of encouraging all diverse area or people to go into the service, because if they're not there, we can't hire. That's where I'm starting to see, like, how could I fix it? It doesn't start here, it starts much earlier, to encourage people to go into police and fire.
Well, and I think we need to do that. We've done that with our, Carrie did that great hiring video.
Yeah.
We had one of our recent hires was somebody that they were fostering with that had a difficult background and.
White, but yeah.
But
that's what I'm saying.
Sure
If you mean
I'm sure there are others.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, just be open to it, be maybe fostering it, maybe be facilitating. Like the Student Police Academy thing, I think was great. There were a lot of girls in it. It's great to see more women in it, better representation. Not to say hire people for that, but be more facilitative of it or.
I mean, it's true observation that the,
Yeah.
that the
That's what I'm
workforce is
saying, though, since
fairly,
just knowing
how we
only-
fix that as a.
only the last 4 years of who has applied. That's what I'm saying. How do I fix it so I even have a chance to hire? So you're
Just an observation and something that's been
So
brought to my attention.
how do we help create and foster so there are people to hire? Is what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
what could we
need
do?
that in general, because sometimes we can't find enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
Have
schools.
a pipeline. I think, let's see where this goes in the values discussion, and I think this is gonna come up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because I think what you're driving at might be an objective of how we're gonna deliver those exceptional public services, because if you wanna do it exceptionally well, your workforce should look like your community.
Right.
So let's see what comes out of the values discussion and we can go from there.
You asked about what's sort of missing. I don't know if, and it's been discussed already in other places, and maybe it doesn't need to be discussed here, but all of these things depend upon, a workforce that's talented and engaged, and it doesn't happen without it.
I think I agree, and I think it's in this column right here, about best in class, the good government column is what I would call
The
it.
exemplary workforce and
Yeah.
services.
We're in the customer service business, really.
Oh, it's all we do.
Right.
Yes.
But I know I was talking with one of the staff members a while ago, and they were saying that, and I'm not talking about public service, I'm talking about in our offices, and they were saying that, much like we can't always find good applicants for police and fire to fill openings, that there isn't a lot of supply, there is demand, for people to go into community government, for people to work in our departments. There isn't.
It's all across the country.
Right.
It is.
It is. So whatever we can do to help.
I've worked with the community in Oregon, which is my home, well, it's not my home state, it's been my home state for 33 years. That I've worked with them over a very long period of time, and they went through 4 recruitment cycles to get a building official. And they kept contracting their current that was retired to keep doing the job because it took them forever to find a building official. That's one class of position.
Right.
That is happening everywhere in all professions.
Well,
So
maybe
can we
that's-
say continue to continue to focus on hiring a diverse workforce, like knowing, yeah,
Best
okay,
in class
so we can,
services with diversity.
okay,
Perfect.
But maybe
Cool.
that's something that, we can cooperate with, like the schools, because, I grew up in a community where we had like 2 bays for auto shop. And then they said, well, we're a college-bound community. We don't need that. And, I don't think we should be promoting that. And they eventually shut that down.
well, we
And
are
now that we
working
need
on
to-
internships.
And then, we
yeah.
need to bring some of that back. So it's like a whole vision of,
Yeah.
It's going to require a new type of partnership between local government and
Right.
schools.
yes.
Yeah, like right now we're creating an internship program and things like that, so that
Okay,
they can get it.
let's stop here because we're gonna come back to this, because I think you've already identified your strategic priorities. We're gonna find out.
Awesome.
We're gonna name them, but Jen's gonna lead you through a values exercise now, and then we'll come back to the strategic priorities, and we actually made up a bunch of time. You guys are good.
All right, so core,
Do we stay in our groups or?
Yeah, we can go in the same groups. Jen's gonna tee it up for you.
different group.
all right, so the next element of the strategic plan is core values or guiding principles. Some communities call them core values, some call them guiding principles. We put it up here as an option for what you want to define it as. But this is essentially a set of expectations for how the township will conduct business. This is how you expect employees to come to work and deliver services. And so what I've put up here is some examples. of some core values. Integrity. We operate with integrity, holding ourselves to the highest standards. Service is a guiding principle. We are responsible, respectful to those we serve, with an attitude that everything is worth our best effort. Visionary leadership, another example of a guiding principle. We anticipate needs, look to our community's futures, and execute to achieve our goals. Stewardship of resources, core value. We use our resources responsibly. And fiscal responsibility then is another example of core value. So with that, we want to do, are we going to do small groups?
Yeah.
Or we're gonna, okay, so what we want you to do is to think about some core values. They could be one word, they could be a short statement, but we want you to reflect for, let's do about 5 minutes to reflect on some core values that you'd like to offer up, and then we'll go into the small groups.
Yes, so reflect individually just for a minute or so. And again, you don't have to create the entire statement, because we'll be going into whatever you create tonight, tomorrow, because we're going to be asking in your operations at the department level, what would that really mean to be fiscally responsible? The board gave you this direction. What does it mean to be a visionary leader? What does it mean to have diversity, right? I don't know what your core values are going to be, but they will tease out what those behaviors look like when you're carrying out that value. So take a few minutes, as Jen said, reflect alone, and then you can.
Back in your small groups.
But you're not allowed to move out of your small group.
I think since we can leave them. Yeah. I think I have. So if we want to put that just here, you can read that part, and I'll just help you. And then if you want to the outcomes, absolutely do that. We've got the priorities identified. Yeah, we could have on each page just put the priority name, and then you can just I'll do the priorities because I can just go back to what we did.
You want me to write?
That's your seats. No, I don't know if you write or not.
No, I won't.
Actually, it doesn't. That one first.
Sometimes
How long have you been there?
I moved here.
I was at the board. Oh, that's right.
Let's see.
You remember the next day when he
Where
had to.
stuff is. That was mine. So I've always
Been on the end.
wanted.
Okay, you can get in your small groups if you want to. If you're done with your own reflection, start talking about it.
Are you giving us cards? It says right on
do you
each
still
card.
have
Still have them?
Yeah.
Or did we take them away from
I don't know.
We have
You
some.
still have them?
Yep,
So I would
Do you need more?
Got
Yep.
your markers?
Yep.
We got our marker.
we're all set.
All right.
I'll try and do better this time.
So what was on that slide before? Why we agree with that?
Yes.
It was 100%.
Did I show you the examples?
I loved
They
it.
were great.
It was
Okay.
good.
That's,
It was,
Let's go back.
it was great.
I think that's it.
I mean, why reinvent the wheel?
Right.
It's great.
Well, if you like them, go ahead and capture them on your Post-its, but if there's
I always
something you
think-
think is
I
missing or you
think
want
fiscal
to.
responsible.
Let me see. There's
The other word I was
one
looking at
word.
was a
No,
good
it has it. You
financial
see?
Well, and
stewardship.
also look
All
at.
my
So then
thoughts
kind
were
of
in
have
there.
like a little bit of
Pretty good
two.
organized, but.
So it's a kind of a difference. Everybody always says fiscal responsible. Anytime I ever hear that, they're like, cut taxes, less spending.
Right.
That is not what I believe as,
No.
that's not what I believe in. So I believe in being a good financial stewardship. You spend money when it's appropriate. You're willing to do that, but only spending money when it makes financial sense.
And like you're doing your
So,
due
yeah,
diligence, you're getting
Somebody
big.
has
Providing
forward thinking
services
and fiscally sound.
Yeah.
Fiscal responsibility or is
We're doing it.
generally a value.
Yeah.
Forward thinking can be a value.
Mhm.
Some people like to call it innovation.
That is what I think
Some people like to
different.
call it
I
forward
don't like that
thinking. That could be a
buzzword of
value.
like that.
That's
So we
isn't
changed
up
that.
there.
Okay.
So that's another
Continuous
thought.
improvement, innovation?
Yes, that's
Well, yeah,
very
That's a good one.
One is being reachable, appropriate.
Integrity is different than transparency. So what do we need? Oh, they are including it as transparency.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
So, and I always think about like government is reachable or approachable, like as a vision or a value. Oh, it's a value.
Approachable.
Well, approachable or reachable. So not like communicate, like being able to talk to people in that, because people are like, I don't even know who this is or this person is. Well, now you do. Here's who I am. Here's the person you call, right? Like, and it makes people feel like they actually accept
Are we
it.
supposed to be doing more of these cards
Yes.
between the two of us?
That includes also department.
Because that's your value. So you get on the board, you have to be going to office hours. You have to be-
Also department respect.
Well, it's up there.
Our leaders.
Yeah. Integrity was a broad one.
I get
I
resident
agree.
When I
friendly,
hear
which
somebody
kind
has
of
a
goes with
problem, I don't know who
service.
to call, I don't even know if
Fiscally
they're
responsible
really
goes with
overwhelmed by it.
stewardship.
If you already
Transparency
know
of
there's a relationship
policy,
there, I feel like-
spending,
I feel like
good
I do know a lot of
governance,
those things.
and not self-serving.
You didn't need me to say that. This is actually good.
You tried hard.
So what I,
Really
what I.
good. I mean, I don't get any better.
I remember Leo one time saying, like it was his money. Some of the public didn't like that so much.
It's integrity, but it's already up there.
Treat publishing.
The best version of it.
Exactly.
I like your forward thinking. Yeah, that's
Like
good.
always constantly looking forward, always constantly changing. Again, I'm trying to
So
think.
for, I think this is just anticipating leaders.
That's
So
why
not
again.
change leadership of vision. Or how.
Which is the same as innovative, really.
I think that's good.
Or like future focus.
For the residents?
We're not looking at change so much
Yeah.
as.
It's like, I don't know if we need this as the same as innovate.
Trying to find a blend there because I don't want people to use the buzzwords of like, well, visionary. Like, why are you always looking forward? What about right now? I have a problem right now. I don't care about a problem in 5 years. I'm drowning right now.
I was even thinking about leadership,
Hybrid leadership.
the community aspire for progression. How other communities look to us, like what she was saying, like people look to you as the leader, and like how they're doing stuff, which is about addressing the problems now, right? Because if you're the leader and other people want to emulate what you're doing, it's obviously because you're doing something right.
Like,
So what's the term that we're looking for?
Yeah.
It's kind of that hybrid.
I think we've got a lot of stuff up there
So
already. That's good
Keeping
stuff.
who you are,
but,
but evolving to make sure you're the best. that you are.
Right.
Yeah, that's great.
Internally and externally.
Resident friendly.
We say we're going
Well,
to.
I'm trying to prepare to buzz.
Moderate, we stay.
Yeah, I know, no.
I'm trying to
You
prepare.
don't do the right or the left.
We have that around, but
Please no.
you got another one?
Definitely not that.
I just, I'm always very curious.
Yeah, no.
It's because she's saying
Well,
come
we
up
could
with like
say
six
visionary
lines.
leadership that doesn't forget your
Yeah.
core or forget who you are.
I want to say just keep like stable, but I guess I will.
I think of like
Government organization.
And we were like on iPhone 13.
Right, it's funny.
Now we're on obviously higher, but we were on iPhone 13 when I inherited.
Yeah, that's a good list for like.
Most of what
So
we're
service,
done,
how
I think,
about
is
service, how about steward
Yep.
service, or the, what is it called?
Grants, not evidence.
Servant.
We didn't put anything about.
You want to be
Maybe we could do that on
you
one.
want to be the head of the State
Transparency
Department?
or
Is that
spending or
collaborative
partnership,
We're
with?
done
or what do you want?
with
What do you
carrots.
I was literally looking up some. This is what I do when I'm doing like some of my emails back to
Another way to say
you.
it.
Can you say the same
It's
thing
in
three
there.
times?
I
and change
say it,
up?
but people don't always know what I mean when I say that.
With
So that's
other
why I said like,
communities and
I wanted to
so
get my
would you
son.
say steward, servant?
whatever works, solve the family, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
That's where we could
Who you know
write
matters.
That's your, doesn't hurt.
So it's like
maintain.
right, exactly, maintaining,
How's he doing?
improving,
He's doing really good.
and
Always
then
improving.
what's like a good
Treat or respect.
So maintaining high quality. Improve.
I know what you mean.
I was just gonna
Exactly.
say, he's older, but he's probably just as sharp as he's always
Best in class.
Is he
This is the
still
way you're
over
actually
on,
always looking to be better.
Ladder?
Right.
Right, like, so it's not a way to say that you're changing. You're continuing to look. to
That's
be
a great
best in
little
class.
community in there.
It
Great
is.
development.
And when I say best in class,
Very
that's we talk about
small.
like not being.
It's very
Forward
attractive.
thinking,
Very attractive.
future,
Looking.
embrace the
Nice
future.
size.
Yep.
Okay.
Resting your laurels.
Yeah, that's what they were.
I like, yeah, because I think that's like ultimately what we get saved. Exactly.
Walk around. Go from our neighborhood.
I just think buzzwords of resting leadership, where you do this, like,
Back up,
you lost the vision of
Big
like
up.
core responsibilities that you
Big
got. So trying to find a way to say there's still core responsibilities you never maintain.
Like, not
So
forward
maintaining
West,
core.
we're right on open.
Well, I know,
Core
servant
services?
leadership. That is the core, right? Like, when you think
Oh,
about
it could be
Overlook.
visionary.
halfway between 14
leadership.
Yes, well,
Hybrid
we're
of.
closer to
Yeah,
50.
like you're
We're
both,
like
right?
7 houses
Of-
down from Maple. So we're.
Created something new.
Because we're saying also, like, we do still want to be visionary. So it's both. Like, visionary is the best in class being, you know,
Funny
I'm
you
gonna
say
rewrite
that.
this, they're gonna hate me.
Yes, they
blah, blah,
will.
blah.
If I have to
And
say
like
the board told me
protect
to do.
what we
if you
have,
be a
To win just for that, I will.
kind of like the open
Because I'm
exchange,
telling you,
but
that
protect.
rely on
Yeah.
stable,
Yeah.
right? You don't go through these ups and downs
Correct.
that other communities do.
Because we live there.
Yeah, you're still looking for and addressing
And you're
problems.
visionary.
Certainly with
So
support the
like,
board.
there is a blend there.
I've met with them and I get a lot of.
Very leadership. It's really perfect.
We don't even need to write the bottom part.
Exactly.
Everything asked,
All
like,
like,
Then we can say it. But I think that encompasses pretty much what you
it's different. I don't like just, because if you look at any single chart, it's gonna say the same thing, you're like, what does that mean to you?
Right.
very
You see things
expensive,
like,
but you know,
these
that
are
was the
different.
deal they entered in.
These are best in class on everybody else's. If I look at any other website, I'm gonna find
It's gonna say the
same
same thing.
same junk. I don't want that.
It's not just that. I got along, but I added
Oh, and I made it messy.
That's
And I
fine.
was
Don't-
so good before that. Man.
just leave it. Change. Okay, what about stay with the times? Things
You wanna
change.
just say,
Fences,
Your guiding principles, I wrote down guiding principles,
You want
service
Very
focused.
important, landscaping.
I think I'm just.
Because that is why overarching.
And that's like a whole thing.
And the other part would be is
Guiding
if we actually, when these get done, this should be your.
I think it was a very big
What time
These are the
am I
core
supposed to be
values that
on the
everybody
road?
else before you has done, and we hope you do the same thing. Doesn't mean you have to bully the person next to you. If you say everything in a meeting with these core values, you will always be able to keep your head high.
Yeah, they do that all the time.
I think that would be-
You walk on Maple before it gets too crowded, too much traffic, you know?
Yeah, I think there were some weeks that say, yeah, well, midnight was
They're
right
there.
now.
Right.
They're on the same.
That's good financial, it's financial stewardship.
No, but
You're
you're
making some good
100% right
progress. I mean, all
though.
the steel
Because
workers,
it's
you know, the clubhouse, they're getting the steel work.
exactly.
Right, it's like we just sort of want to throw a couple things.
100%, yeah.
Like, and it's not the best.
No, I was just thinking about something
we
else.
should be
Yeah,
doing.
where was it?
current conversation.
Right.
So it's something we can never do more than.
Exactly.
If they ever could figure that out.
Yeah, that
So
would.
see, you guys have the pink folder the whole time.
It is
Right.
sustainable service.
Yeah, we had all the answers. I stole the test. I
And like,
hacked into the
because
system
I almost think
yesterday.
it's worse
You
if you
stole
start
the
offering the
test.
service and then have to cut it versus just don't ever
Hacking is
cover
not
have
It's
it.
non-generational service.
so that you can be heard at all times.
It has to be able to handle this. I really feel that.
You don't mean us as a church.
I feel the.
Sustainable.
All right, so when we say sustainable, I like a different term on it.
Hello? Hello.
Okay, fine. So we can use sustainable, but like,
Is there a different word than sustainable?
And I know what you're saying because
Hello,
it's big.
hello?
because everybody else.
Hello, hello.
There she is.
Is there a place you can attach that? Here, I'll block you.
So good. They didn't come up with my thing yet.
And it's not
This
just.
way.
ChatGPT right here.
And that will just.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Is that better?
But
All right, we're just gonna talk. I usually don't need a microphone. My grandkids, they listen.
No.
All right,
do we turn in the most
I'm
again?
gonna collect.
If not, I'll keep
Do
writing.
you have any more? Okay,
I don't need to. I'm
okay. So put them on this board over here? Okay. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna read out, and what we wanna do is just make sure that we've captured all of your perspectives. So we have integrity, continuity of services, service,
Can everybody see those?
Yeah.
you can see it fine?
That we're taking an action shot.
Service focused, hybrid of servant and visionary leadership, best in class, approachable and reachable leaders, good financial stewardship, Collaborative with other communities and entities. Innovative. Or innovate, that is what that word says. Respect. Continuous improvement. Treat public money as I would my own. Resident-friendly service and staff. Forward-thinking, embrace the future, protect our community values, but open to positive change. Aspire for perfection and good governance for residents, not self-serving. All right, can you see all of those? Is there any of these examples here that need to be fleshed out? Is there something that's confusing? Is there anything else to add? What's missing?
What does the one at the bottom left say? Collaborative with other communities?
Collaborative with other communities and entities. Anyone want to say more about that?
So working with other cities, counties, for any kind of project, and then this entities could be school district, it could be with DTE and Verizon.
So your partnerships.
Partnerships, yes.
Partnerships,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Do we have anything about protecting environmental resources?
Protecting environmental resources. Let's see, protect our community values, good financial stewardship, hybrid, servant, visionary, nothing about protecting the environment.
We have a lot of lakes and we have a lot of green space and another one I think that we missed was maintaining the best possible staff, because our staff is our front facing to our public.
Well, is that a core value of what we're supposed to be as our guiding principles as a board, or is that individual? So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Service focused, forward thinking, embrace the future.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know.
Was that like an object?
About coach and be coached.
Coach and be coached.
I like that.
Is that clear for everyone?
Yeah, I love that.
Val, I think
Coach and be coached.
just because it's our vision of our.
Okay.
Keep it in vision.
What else is missing?
It's hard.
Is there any value or core or guiding principle up here that you think shouldn't be there?
I'm still wondering about the protecting the environment. I don't know if that's like a value. I think that's more of like some of the objectives that we're trying to do, or the strategic plan.
Okay.
That's what I think. I don't know if anybody else. I know Val mentioned it.
So the core values or guiding principles are how do you show up as a board? How do your employees show up to work? How do they deliver services?
Right.
So that maybe
environment should not be on there.
This might be more of an objective or one of our vision.
Yes.
Very important, not in this.
Absolutely,
But
very
not a
important.
core, yeah.
Okay. Anything else that
Across the room.
Not being thrown out, just move
anything else
to the
that
other spot.
that doesn't speak to how you show up?
Do we have anything in there about the staff, or is that kind of covered with respect? And
I think we did have something about that.
because our staff is critical to who we are. We're a people business.
Absolutely. So if respect was a core value, what would that mean to you?
Respecting all stakeholders.
Well,
Respect.
not only that, but respecting the residents in delivery of services or any interactions with them.
So the same thing with service focused. If I think about the services, if I want to have the best police and fire, I have to be able to retain and recruit the best police and fire. So they go hand in hand. So that's a guiding principle. Then we.
Service focused. Okay, that's
I think that would hit that one specifically.
whether it's public safety or
Yeah,
here, like in
I'm
the
referring to
clerk's
that
office.
one just because it was a.
Yeah.
So all service focused.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. What else?
What is
All those
continuity of
things.
services?
Continuity of services.
That one kind of,
You
I
wanna
guess
say
it
more?
kind of does two things. It was the bringing services that you know you can sustain, because we were talking about how bringing out something for a year or two and taking it away isn't sustainable and isn't a great concept of bring out a service, do it the right way so you can sustain it going on. So continuing services so there aren't random cuts, as well as also continuity of government in a sense of we're on the cloud so that if something happens, we continue our services. So just,
This almost seems like it might be maybe a priority.
okay,
Maybe it is.
Does that,
we can do
you know,
that.
that if that might speak to you, you know, in your vision that
Sure.
you want to maintain continuity of services, and so that this
No, we
may
can move
go, this may go across the room
Yeah.
again.
That's totally fine.
Right.
I think it does.
Okay.
I think that's a good
Yeah.
call.
Emergency preparations.
Yes.
Yeah.
What about like, where, it might not fall here, but like, you know, community education of like what we offer here, what we have. And I know we got good marks on what we put forward, what we share with the residents, but that's great for in the past, but where does that fall in the future in terms of communication and education of, you know,
Educating.
what can be done, what we offer, what we don't offer. One of the things I talked with was, like with our animal shelter, there's a blurred line where what the residents think they can do and what they're allowed to do, you know, so I was asking at some point that we
So
educate them.
I heard a key word, communication.
Communication.
So is that, you know, something that from a value or a guiding principle is, what kind of communication? Is it exemplary communication? Is it?
Communication and teamwork, coached and be coached, kind of all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Coach
and
and be
even
coaching.
like going to the services, like to me, that's all like when you're communicating, you're offering the best service. People know the service that you have to offer. So that all to me is in the same category.
So communicate, inform,
Yeah.
okay?
But then is that a value or is that an objective?
Well, where do you think it needs to be in service providing?
That's what I said when I brought it up. I said, well, I'm not sure which side of the room it goes on.
I
but
think it's an
communication is
objective.
Goes
I
over
think
there
that's
too.
an objective,
Okay.
yeah.
All right,
Part of
okay.
Okay.
Part of good government.
Yes, I think we're good.
Yes, there we go. Like
All
I said,
right.
when I brought it up, I wasn't sure which side, but I thought communication is always.
Well, and towards the feedback that we got and the survey data, the perception is that you do a good job of that, but people also want you to keep doing it. And we know there's a lot that people still don't understand
Right.
about what the township does.
People don't understand the services. People don't understand how resourceful our website is. It was like, how would I do that? And I was like,
Yep.
oh my gosh, go to the website. It's a wealth of information, but people don't know.
Okay, it looks like Jen's starting to group them.
Okay, good financial
grouping life things
stewardship,
together.
treating the public money like it's mine, coach and be coached, good governance for the residents, aspire for perfection, repair some of these. These are kind of these one words, may become the actual value, core value, service focused, resident friendly service and staff.
I think approachable and reachable leaders go with service focus. Yeah, the blue one.
Service focus, continuous improvement, visionary leadership,
That might be its own thing.
continuous improvement could be its own, you're right.
Do forward thinking and innovative go together?
Very much so.
Where would you put the one where it says hybrid? So
Yeah.
we were concerned that although we always want to be forward thinking, again, we don't want to forget who we are. So we wanted that hybrid of servant leadership as well as visionary. So where would you put that in where you don't want to lose your roots, but you want to keep growing?
Well, that's what the forward thinking was, that there was more, and it was saying,
But we didn't want to only do forward thinking. Like ours is not just forward thinking. It's also like what we were talking about earlier, is don't forget who you are as well.
Right, well, it was saying, there's more to it that was saying,
Okay.
you know, protect our values but be
Okay.
open to change, not,
Perfect, okay.
So a
I
similar
kind of
concept.
clarified
It's
it.
a similar
Good,
concept.
awesome.
We'll play around with it.
Yeah.
I can recall another community set of leaders that had that same thought,
Right.
and we found a creative way to write it as a value.
Like I make jokes that like I inherited BlackBerry when we were already on iPhone 13, but I didn't want to go to something different than a cell phone. So it's making yourself better, but not losing who you are.
Okay.
I did love my
Do you see any other pairings or groupings?
Subway.
And then I think we can move on to
Strategic priorities.
yeah, a good.
Do you guys need another short break
No,
in between, or do you want to just keep going? We're getting close.
we're used to long meetings.
Power through.
Okay. Anything more on the values? I think Jen and I feel, I'm checking in with you, Jen. I think Jen and I feel like we have enough to work with there.
I value brevity.
Yes.
What we'll try for is we won't come back with 10 values.
No, less is more.
Less is more.
Oh, really?
We'll try to boil it down to 5 or 6.
Awesome.
Sound good? I think we can do it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's bring these boards back to the front because I think
Yeah, those are our priorities.
you guys had so much alignment in terms of how you did this and there was a lot of agreement. I think we can name these and then decide whether or not they can be further collapsed. There's 6, and 6 might be it, right? You're not going to have 3, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You're probably going to have at least 5.
Somebody.
And you might have 6, so hang on.
I'll be right back. I'll take a personal break.
Okay. Now, I put these over here because this is kind of the overarching vision, and we don't know how we're going to craft that vision statement yet, but we're going to give you options, and it's going to be reflective of what you've brainstormed. We're pretty good at honoring the work of the people that generate this stuff, so I hope you'll trust us with your good work. Okay, let's see if we can name these. Jen's got yellow stickies, so we can differentiate what the columns are being named. So when you look at the things that are here, on this row, this is all about that sense of community, being safe and inviting, welcoming for all. I don't know if the bustling restaurant scene goes there or not. We'll have to decide. But this is about that sense of community feel, community belonging. What would you name this priority?
Could you say community
Yeah,
belonging?
or just community.
Yeah.
Open to all, like that's what I think of.
So-
Embracing all.
It could be that. When you think of the naming of the strategic priority, it should really be a couple of words. It should be the name of the thing and a descriptor.
welcoming community,
Could be welcoming community.
friendly community.
Sometimes the words are derived out of what you've already brainstormed here. It could be, some clients have called it community identity.
I don't like that.
Well, because the community identity is the obtainable, like
Yeah.
the aspiring community. And now some people would say that wouldn't be a inviting community if you say.
Inviting community is another example of what it could be. Inviting community, welcoming community.
Inviting community for
Community
all.
feel.
for all residents and visitors?
So there will be so remember, there will be, okay, no, Chris, you're okay, because there will be a goal statement that gets written to go with the 2-word bolded priority, right? There will be an actual goal statement for whatever you name this. We're going to write a goal statement for it.
It should just be welcoming community.
Okay, Jen, you want to write that down? Okay. And this isn't set in stone. You get to look at this again. You got another bite at this apple. So we can change it if we come up with something, if you come up with something you like better. And remember, we're going to get a whole bunch of input tomorrow too. So tomorrow, folks might come up with something that they want to share back with you. Perfect. Okay. I don't know that this one goes here, but let's leave it there for now and let's come back to it, because I think this is...
Bustling restaurant scene is interesting to bring people in. I don't know that it's welcoming, it's desirable.
Yeah.
Let's put a pin in it.
We're putting a pin in this and we'll come back to it. Okay. This stuff about green, trees, lakes, all the things that are beautiful about...
Environment.
Nature focused.
Nature preservation.
Nature focused.
Nature focused?
Either nature focused or preservation. Preservation, I think, is what you're trying to like
That's
hold on to what we have.
Right.
Nature focus is continue to hold on to what you have and moving forward, getting better.
Nature focus is good.
Nature focus.
Nature focus.
We'll put that up there for now.
Let's not belabor it, because as I said,
No, we're good.
we can always come back. Sometimes somebody has
We'll get our thesaurus.
somebody has a great brainstorm on their own, and we come up with a new one. But it's pretty descriptive. Great. Okay, this is all about, I just like to, and I'm not saying this is the right naming of it, but this is all about good government, right?
Yeah.
This is all about being a strong government.
But
Is there a
the
different word
prob-
than good?
Well, but if you're saying this is our community priority, it seems like it's so wide ranging. So in 5 years, I say good government, like we did one of these 15 tasks. So is that the measure of what I think is good government?
Nope. So that I said what's in the category, but you guys have to name it something better than that. You've got to name it more descriptively to what you would like to focus on over that 5-year period. So it's about making your government better. Is it
Responsible government?
Best in class government.
Best in class government.
best in class government? I love it.
3 words because I hyphenated.
I love it.
That's great. I love where you got it.
That makes it aspirational, right?
2 lines together.
Now, we'll probably get some discussion tomorrow about what that really means, but that's okay.
But if that's your priority and vision,
But I
you
even
can
think
work with the
they-
stakeholders to get
Exactly. Well, and that doesn't necessarily just mean internally focused to the township. This could be about how we already have all the partnership stuff in there too, right? It's about how you work with your partners in the community to get there. Okay.
I like that one.
That's really nice. Okay. By the way, that's a first. I have been doing this forever, and I've never had a strategic priority that was named best in class government.
Wow.
All right. Develop fund. This is about the parks. What is this? Recreational opportunity, park. What is it?
Parks and Rec? I don't know.
Well, remember, it needs to be descriptive.
Like
So
develop.
Parks and Rec is the naming of the
you're
thing.
We got 5 years, right? So again, if you said this is a priority now, it's going to take us years to develop it, whether it's finding the funding source, to acquire it, to understand it. Like
Park development or green, like recreational development?
Recreation development.
Because then it also includes
Community green space.
bike paths, community green spaces, like lump it all under.
Recreation is a more encompassing term.
Yeah.
which is what we were trying to do.
Yep.
So-
Because it's not just about, I didn't hear you say it's just about parks.
No,
It's
all of
about
it.
everything. So recreation is a broader term. So
like
that's,
recreational development.
I think if you talk about the next 5 years, it's going to take us 5 years to do those things.
okay, let's put let's put recreational development for now. I think there's probably a less government sounding term that we can use, but no, it's descriptive enough for now until we can.
And then the bustling restaurant could go there, because isn't that like a thing to do?
Green spaces.
This is so interesting because this
Could
is,
it be quality of life?
Recreational, certainly.
well, if you wanted to.
Because restaurants are part of quality of life.
And part of recreation.
If you wanted to make a very broad category,
It's too broad.
well, you could. There's some other municipalities that have done that. There's no right or wrong to this, right? It's like, how do you want to define this stuff?
I kind of like this being like community green spaces, because that doesn't say that we have the recreational, we're maybe not get to the recreational, like truly like
Or just
boating
community
or,
spaces.
you know, like the camps and the things like parks.
Community-
and Rec do. I don't know that we're going to get there in 5 years.
No, but by doing recreation also includes bike paths, sidewalk, like improving it includes all recreation, not just parks. Because if no land comes up, we couldn't do
keep
it. At
going
least
on
we
those
could
safety
focus on the
paths.
other ones.
Okay, what?
A focus on quality of life.
Couldn't we also put the schools with festivals and events under recreation?
It
If we're
could.
doing recreation, that's that like restaurants, festivals,
Yeah,
fun.
it could. It could
Quality
be.
of life also.
It's quality of life. It could be part of welcoming community, but it's probably better. So there's.
Foster quality of life.
Can I ask you why you're hesitant to put the bustling restaurant scene on there? I mean, what is
Under
it
welcoming
that
community?
you don't see a place for it?
It doesn't. It's kind of, this was connected to the commercial, the whole like commercial and downtown like core place for people to go. Like
Thriving economy.
it does.
economic
Bustling
development.
restaurants don't necessarily make you a welcoming community.
No.
So
But-
it,
but-
One of the things
Makes
that,
it, but it makes
Then
it
why
a
do they call
more
restaurants
enjoyable
hospitality?
community.
well, and wasn't that one of the
but
things?
hospitable doesn't even necessarily totally mean welcoming.
Kinda
Wasn't that
enjoyment.
one of the things
I
that,
enjoy
that
that.
the residents expressed that they wanted?
It
more
is, and so I'm saying it should be up here,
It's
but we got to
important to
figure
the
out
residents.
where to group it. So
But what she's saying is it's important, but is it in the wrong category?
Right. I'm not saying I'm not taking it off.
Right.
I don't do that. But I'm trying to say, where does it go? And maybe we have a category that isn't clearly named yet.
Maybe
So-
it's like community enjoyment or something, because it's like
so one
parks, green space, gathering
Lifestyle.
place.
Lifestyle enjoyment.
lifestyle is one way I hear about it, or I hear it called. Another thing is about vibrancy. Vibrancy is a word that's used to describe this.
Well, you know,
There's enough.
part of it is, honestly, I mean, again, our downtown, our vibrant restaurant scene is in many ways,
What about
Birmingham. You know, and we have the best of both worlds. You know, we have a bustling restaurant scene right there, and we don't have to run it and handle the problems
we
of
have a
it.
couple of
We get the
commercial
benefits without the
We have a
negatives.
couple of commercial centers.
Is this something that you
That's not
really want to
bustling.
create?
To me,
the bustling
walkability
restaurant
is involved
scene?
in that.
I think there's two questions here. Do we want this? Is this part of the vision? If the answer is yes, where does it fit?
Does it have to
But
be bustling or just additional? Like, does it have to be a bustling seat? Like, is that what's throwing you off? Is the word
Maybe the
bustling?
word bustling makes it.
Our residents said it.
I have an idea for this
Okay.
column, and then we can decide if this goes here.
Okay.
What about community vibrancy?
What does that mean?
Vibrancy is about exciting, healthy, energetic place to live, right? Which could include recreation and those kinds of things.
But the
Nature,
focus
too.
from the residents were
More
parks and
restaurants.
community.
This is true.
They did
that
want
was-
restaurants.
What
too,
about
though.
community lifestyle?
So we're not trying to make it too big. Maybe we're trying to make it too big.
That-
Community lifestyle?
That's good.
Is that kind of, I mean, it's some of this, what we offer is.
I like the vibrancy of quality of life. You know, something like that. I think that covers everything. I think it covers the green space. I think it covers the parks. I think it covers the
Vibrant quality of
recreation.
life?
It covers the
That is good.
restaurants.
Vibrant quality of life?
Yeah.
Vibrant quality.
Let's
Vibrant
put that-
amenities.
Okay.
No, I like vibrant quality of life because you're right. It touches on the parks. It touches on the
Then
green
the
space, and
bustling restaurants
can go
does
there.
go there, and so does the events, and so does vibrant suggests
Let's write it down for
healthy, energetic,
Active.
recreation. All right, let's do that. Vibrant quality of life. let's do that for now. Again, we get more than one bite at this apple. And the group tomorrow might have ideas about how to make these better.
They're going to be blown away by these.
So they're going to get to critique and change what we sat here and did for hours?
For 8 hours, they do.
They may not change much of anything. What they might do is add to it or say, we have maybe a better way of saying this.
You get to vote on the change?
You adopt the final plan.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
okay, I'm good. That's okay.
What they're going to do, they're probably going to do not very much with what you've done. What they're going to do is try to add the objectives to get you there for these
Basically,
things.
do they take our 30,000 level view and they actually make us the formula to do it?
And if they have some key descriptors that they could add to the mission statement to help us in the writing of it, or they think something is blatantly missing from the vision, we're going to bring that forward and we're going to let you know what came from them. But for the most part, we're usually able to draft those pieces from what you all do as elected officials. Okay.
Jimmy, John.
The groups, there were two of the groups that had this density of lots and the preserving density. This was saying the same thing. Is this its own category? Does it go somewhere else? And if it's its own category, what is it called?
Is that really the master plan, like our zoning plan versus a strategic plan?
It's a master,
Best in class government?
plan. It's a master
It's part of our
plan.
master
The
plan.
strategic
maybe
plan
more
can
than-
inform
Yes,
the master plan.
sure.
There are some overlap,
There's definitely overlap.
but the
master plan covers a much longer cycle than the strategic plan does.
that's usually about 20 years.
Yeah.
But we're up for that next, so that'll
are.
be your next big project.
And we'll definitely be talking about those sorts of things
Right.
there.
There for the last one.
I know. You're our elder statesman.
So I just wanted, so when you talked about the preserving the density, it was about maintaining the lot sizes. It was not about, making smaller, it was about preserving.
It's in part maintaining the lot size, but to me, that also goes towards the green space. Because then you don't have houses on top of each other. You have more space, which then, in essence, is going to be green, whether it's grass or trees.
Is there one about beauty?
Or a natural lawn.
There's
You
not.
have your nature focused.
Yes, or natural. I mean, I would actually love to
Nature
see
focused?
more of that emphasis on the natural.
So you can stay nature focused if you preserve your densities,
May or whatever it is.
your current densities, you're going to be able to preserve better to maintain your
You can
nature.
certainly make a case for that.
Could we put
How
it
about
in nature
preserve community
focused?
character?
There we go.
Love that.
Because then there's other
That was
things we can
Dirk's.
add to it.
Yeah.
That's actually what this is getting at.
That's exactly what it's getting at.
You are
So preserve community character.
Yeah.
there.
Preserve community character.
That's exactly what that is.
Okay, good.
And that's what people want.
And that's absolutely what they want.
Okay, we're down to one last category.
Nice.
And this is about the technology, service improvement, infrastructure, all those pieces kind of intertwined. So what would you call that category?
Everything on that page, you mean?
No, not the overall.
No, the overarching vision is we're going to try to capture that somehow in the vision statement. That's the big picture. I mean,
Investing in service. That's what all that is.
it's investing in service.
Infrastructure.
Or
It could be
infrastructure investment.
robust, or infrastructure investment, robust infrastructure.
Best in class infrastructure.
And use it again.
Not use it again.
We get one.
Gold standard. You love it when we give cliches.
Infrastructure investment, robust infrastructure.
What about like progressive or current infrastructure? Something to make it sound like we're going to keep up with the times? Maybe not the right word.
Sustainable infrastructure. I don't know. I'm just throwing out.
He doesn't like, I said sustainable. He doesn't like that word. So we
Yeah, there's a lot of.
We're going
There's
to
a lot
the
of.
source.
I heard resilient.
Oh, resilient.
That's nice.
Resilient infrastructure.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Nice job.
Yeah.
That's just came out of somewhere.
What's good about resilient is that it suggests that you're going to be able to manage as the environment and things change and adapt.
Yeah.
That's great.
Resilient infrastructure.
Maybe we would use the word adaptable too.
Yeah.
Adaptable and resilient.
Adaptable and resilient. I love it.
I'm just going to do adaptable as a,
See how great you guys are? See how cool that is? You did your vision brainstorming, and out of that, we got all the raw material for the vision statement, and we got your 6 strategic priorities for the plan. Okay.
Can we go home now?
early?
Almost. We have one more thing to do.
So wait, we have 7 though.
No, you don't.
6.
Overarching.
These is going to get conveyed in there in the way that we write the statement.
Gotcha. Perfect.
So yeah, so we just have the 6.
This is perfect. 3 to 6 is the right number. So we can do this.
Once it changes.
Okay. Can we, Jen, if we grab that last tablet, we can, the last thing we're going to do, Jen's going to lead this. Last thing we're going to do is we are going to go through the 6 priorities and say, okay, if in 5 years we have made great progress in each of these priorities, what will we have gotten done? So this is the outcomes that you want to try to produce in 5 years as you focus on these things. So do your best. It's the end of the night. You put your best thinking forward so far. And this is where tomorrow, if they get even a little bit of guidance from you about what success looks like at the end of 5 years, they'll be able to run with it. This is what helps them layer on. This is where you layer on a little bit more description so that they can start writing objectives, right? They can write a goal statement for each of these and then a set of objectives that will move you year by year towards a tangible outcome.
okay.
I just want to add one thought, which is that, I mean, we're working on this collaboratively, but this is just our first draft. I mean, I don't necessarily want the people tomorrow to think that this is the decided thing.
Nope. The way that we will
full reign next.
the way that we will work tomorrow is to present everything. We'll put it in the slide deck. That's one thing we'll do early tomorrow morning. We'll put it in the slide deck. We'll share it with them. We will ask them for their feedback. Right? And they will offer ideas, and it will influence Jen and me as we draft some of this stuff. But if you can at least say a little bit more about what you mean, what your intentions are around welcoming community, that will give them the guidance they need to, because we need them to craft some concrete objectives so you can make measurable progress towards these things.
Are they going to get, though, all that information, too, from the ET? So everything we were presented today, they
get that, and then we're going to put your work in our slide deck tomorrow. So that's some work that Jen and I get up early in the morning and do so that we can show them your work.
All right. So
we don't need a lot here, just a little bit more.
So strategic goal is a long-term, broad, continuous. It's a goal statement that defines if your strategic priority is welcoming community, define that for me. And we're not intending to write the statement perfectly tonight. We just want to understand and make sure that we've captured what does it mean.
And are we saying this now or writing it down?
No, now.
I'm gonna take the notes here. So we're gonna write down some general statements.
Embracing people of all ethnicities, backgrounds, religions, to be able to call Bloomfield Township their home.
Can I abbreviate?
Sure.
Nice. I like that.
Again, embracing all, but I want to make sure we talk about like ethnicity, background, diversity, because again, we have people from all different walks of life that come here and live, and religions, and we have them here. We have their places of religion here, but they have their synagogues or their churches or mosques, and it's amazing that we have that, and we can all do that together with respect. That's something we have now, and we're going to continue to focus on. And I think that is what I call a welcoming community.
Okay, anyone else have any thoughts to add to
Good neighbor relations. I recently had something in our subdivision, and one of my friends said, "That's so nice you guys get together and all get along." She said, "I don't even talk to my neighbors." There's some way to help. I think a welcoming thing is, in my subdivision, we have an association, and we go visit. My husband and I have been called the welcome wagon. We go knock on doors. How do we bring that into other subdivisions that are distant?
Could
that
we
are not
re-engage inactive HOAs?
Yeah, something like.
Some HOAs are really, really.
Or HOAs is, we found out that HOAs is a little more legalese, but like neighborhood associations, community activities. We do activities in our subdivision, and it's kept us all friends and all close.
Community activities. Okay, this is going to fall on me.
Or neighborhood associations, even. Neighborhood associations, I think, help bring people together.
Okay.
We clean up our entrances, we create signage, we look out for each other. And if you don't know your neighbors and you don't build that sense of localized community within your neighborhood, it makes a very different environment to live here. And it's one of the things I love it is that my neighborhood's always had this where not everybody participates, where we collect and we look out for each other. We share phone numbers, and if you need to reach somebody, and a lot of neighborhoods don't do that.
That's tough for the township to get involved.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
So
more like a
knowing
night of
that,
home.
are you
That's my
talking about-
welcoming community. That would be an outcome if we could
So that's why I'm saying.
help encourage it.
Although the term HOA isn't necessarily what you're explaining are HOAs.
Right.
And we have some that are inactive. So maybe we,
Right.
as a township, could reach out to those and say, how can we help you? How can we?
Right, HOAs.
Do you
neighborhood
know about these new
associations,
things or
right,
something?
right.
So, and maybe do you mean engage
Whatever, yeah, you know what I'm saying. I mean, either reactivate or engage or
Re-engage.
re-energize?
engagement or it could be
Does
as
this-
simple as
does
community
this really
education, like
belong right
writing an
here?
article that talks about, the benefits of reaching out to your neighbors and creating, even if it's a casual neighborhood association.
Okay.
I think
What else are we missing?
We have to address public safety. So part of what we had in there is that it's a safe community.
Yep.
Okay.
Public safety is very important to everybody, really.
Safe community.
And again, safe is both police and fire.
Police
so make
and
sure
fire.
we focus on that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Wants to make sure fire department doesn't get left out.
We say yes, both sides. They're together.
I have a red and blue in my heart.
What else does a welcoming community mean? That we
accessible.
didn't cover here.
Open door government, open, receptive, friendly.
Might go under best in class government. So
Okay.
I gotta tell you, I
Okay.
think Chris hit it. I mean, that
good.
first paragraph says it all to me.
Mm-hmm.
When I think of a welcoming community, it's a community that does welcome people from all backgrounds. And as spelled out by Chris, period. I don't think any of that other stuff belongs there, to tell you the truth. I mean, it's all important in other areas, but as nothing, if I'm going to look at a community, I want to make sure they're not going to be against me because I'm Jewish, or somebody else because they're Muslim, or someone else because they're black. That's all that matters.
But
Because there
how
was
do
a-
we-
because there- wait a minute. Because there was a time when this community didn't allow people of other backgrounds in at all. So I think that's all that matters.
But how do we make that happen? I mean, we can as a
Well,
group say we
well,
believe in that.
But they
yeah,
have
if this
to
is your
figure
if this is your goal,
it out to
Okay.
them.
if your goal is to be embrace all,
They get that.
if that's your goal, then when we bring back objectives, that's the action items. That's how you do that.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to
Spewed too much.
nature focused. What does nature focused mean?
Protecting green spaces.
Yeah, preservation of our green spaces.
Is preservation of green spaces enough? Does it mean multiple things?
Spaces, trees, but I think that's green space.
And then a focus on our lakes.
Right.
We've already continued
Environment.
to do that through some of the ordinances that have been put in place, but a continued focus and
Okay.
not losing our stride.
Okay. Anything else that could
Well,
go
I think
into this to describe what it means?
With focus on lakes, it's also, in the environment, I mean, in terms of chemicals and, whether it's treatment.
Quality of the lakes?
Yeah, exactly. Lake health, just
Okay.
generally.
Anything else that this would go into a description statement? No? Okay.
I don't think so.
All right. All right.
Tired.
Best in class. I know, we're going to push you. Best in class, what, if you were our first ever best in class government, define what that means.
Well, providing, of course, we've already mentioned exemplary services, but also being nimble and being able to adjust very quickly just to be able to adjust very quickly to whatever comes up.
To be a regional leader.
Okay.
Innovative regional leader.
Regional. You know, the Bloomfield Township.
Statewide.
Bloomfield Township
Oh, yeah.
letterhead from the 1920s
That's right.
said, world's best township. Literally.
It literally said
Literally said, world's best township. And that was 1920s.
If we could be the
So we've
regional
always
leader.
been a little pompous.
statewide.
I would go with, if we can be a regional leader now, in the next 5 years, we can see state leader.
World's
But we have
best
to have a
township.
attainable
We should
goals.
bring that back.
We should bring that back.
Didn't we just say innovative too?
Yeah, so it means
Why stop the
innovative,
world?
nimble, adjusting quickly.
Universe's best township.
Right, innovative, okay. And we've got a lot of these keywords here, but if there's a longer statement, what does it mean? That's what we're trying to get at, okay?
Like about financially sound, financially responsible, resident friendly.
Fiscal sustainability, financially sound.
I would add measurable. I mean, we have to be able to measure this. And I hesitate to say that because we are what we measure. We be very careful about measuring. But to be best in class, we have to be able to measure that.
Yeah, if you can't measure it, how do you know?
Right.
But, so the one I just don't like about fiscally sound is everybody puts that in their statement.
It
so
is.
So saying we're going to be fiscally sound, that means significantly different to our community than another community that I might not say is fiscally sound. So finding a way to saying being
We're really
Stewards.
we're really good at
Like super?
two reallys in front of it.
Like really, really?
Like being like
Worried about.
good financial stewardship.
Okay.
So I think about being financially sound is also investing in your community when you need to, spending money when it's appropriate,
Fiduciary of resident
but
money.
also understanding when to say no. That's both sides of it. When people say being fiscally conservative, they always think you're taking money away. That's not the point. Spend it where we need to, and don't spend it when you don't have to.
Invest in your
Yeah, so
Okay.
good stewardship.
good stewardship.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
Not 1920s.
Yeah, let's give. We don't want to be like the 1920s.
As Neil had said, sometimes we weren't exactly as progressive in terms of the welcoming community that we could be today.
Right.
I want to be better than that.
Let's not go back to the
1960s.
It wasn't the 1920s.
Okay.
It was
Our
the
next
1960s.
next one is vibrant quality of life.
First started.
If you had to define that, if someone asked you, this is your strategic priority, vibrant quality of life, you could say,
A focus on recreation. Or development of a recreation strategy.
Oh, you got it.
Look at the letterhead. World's
Thank you for bringing that. I like that.
And then it says Birmingham, Michigan. And then it says Birmingham. No, but it's World's Greatest Township.
But we were. I was actually in my lifetime. I was
And
Birmingham.
then that's probably the zip
Florida,
code that was servicing our area, right, at the time?
Yeah, the post office.
any other defining statement
Till
for
44,
vibrant
well.
quality of life?
Like my
Recreational streets.
Yeah,
in
everything.
like 2 years, everything changed.
Some of the comments talked about, your partner, your parks, your focus on the parks, the bike friendly, the trails, partner more with schools, and then the bustling restaurant scene. So when we talk about vibrant quality of life, does this mean
Things to do, people to see. Yeah.
activities? Okay.
Vibrant activities. Oh, we got vibrant quality of life's the heading.
Yeah, entertainment.
For all.
Yes, for all ages.
A renewed focus on activities. Because we don't want to open the door for all activities, because some of our residents want certain activities. They're very particular about what it is. So I would say a renewed focus on activities for all ages.
Renewed focus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. That's never gonna happen.
Maybe something about, because we're not a city, like less stressed,
Yeah, no,
more
that's never gonna
relaxed.
happen.
Environment in terms of, it's a quieter environment. I'm not coming up with the right words, it's too late, but something about that, it's like you can have all kinds of
get those
activities in a city. It's noisy, it's busy, it's
Quiet enjoyment.
Actually,
I was thinking
Quiet
that.
enjoyment.
Quiet? Okay.
How about peaceful or tranquil?
peaceful.
Because
Oh.
quiet is kind of
Tranquil.
like
tranquil setting, tranquil.
Under nature focus, I see also there's noise and light pollution. Are bigger issues.
Yes.
Big on that.
Huge issue.
And then the guy across the street put it all
And
these
it's
lights.
actually
Oh,
not good
yeah,
for
across
them
the
to
street.
have insects.
Me too. There's put in like prison nights. Lights in the gardens. Light up
All right, anything else that would help define
turtles can't
vibrant quality of life?
habitat.
Yeah, I guess at the houses, it's got these.
All right, we are getting there. Preserve community character. If someone asked you what that strategic priority meant, what would you tell them?
Maintaining density.
Tree-lined roads.
Large flat.
I don't.
Large lots, yeah.
Forested lots.
Protective of our zoning ordinances.
Trees,
Large
I
flat.
heard ordinances.
Protecting our zoning ordinances.
Enforcing, yeah.
And
Enforcing.
enforcing them. Yes.
Larger
Our
lots.
zoning board member chuckles.
Yeah, we should take it up with the ZBA.
Yeah. It's a whole other
I
thing.
can tell you, like, he's actually pretty humorous.
What else about protecting the community character?
Large lots.
What we had two points there, and that was all about the density.
Right, large
Large
lots.
lots.
Large
Can you
lots.
put-
Large
yeah.
lots.
Okay.
That's the one, the whole thing.
Anything else? And we are down to resilient infrastructure.
We're almost done. I can see the end now.
Certainly invest in, invest, just invest in infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
We're in the last one.
Top-notch
Clean
technology
energy, continuity
services,
services.
top-notch
Clean energy.
internet,
Cell phone.
things to that effect. Brain is fried. There you go.
Again, not just infrastructure, but invest in like the stormwater. People kept talking about like disaster events. What I'm hearing from people is specifically like water events are changing. So
Flooding.
finding a way to invest in that or work
To
with our
get
partners.
WRC and RCOC to invest in our area.
Right.
Like, they have money from the state and federal government, invest more of it in our area.
That's the how.
Proactive? Are we proactive if we're resilient?
Yeah,
So that-
so like,
But I mean, like, the stuff they do have, like, focus some of it to us.
Are we
utilities, I would like to, again, utilities remind me of cell phone service, our working with DTE,
Partners, yeah.
working with those partners.
Improve connectivity.
So
Yeah.
again, those are different line items that I'd want addressed, because then you can measure them, right? I can measure less power outages from DTE. I can measure better cell phone service. I want to be able to measure stormwater. I want it to be measurable. Side.
What about in terms of using our own resources, like
Yeah, like our facilities are on there
Jose is
too, right?
a grant writer. We're very good at writing grants, which have gotten us money to renovate facilities, has gotten us money to do things that other communities, because we are very aggressive with getting grants. So
Do we have on there for
using our own
resilient?
resources to
Funding.
bolster.
Yeah, funding for those. And oftentimes, the grants come into as an objective, where if you've had success with grant writing, maybe there's another effort that you can make in order to seek out more funding. So as part of this, I'm hearing is a funding
infrastructure on there
component.
too, like, for
Yeah,
example,
invest in
like,
it.
yeah, invest in, but a lot of that's everybody else's infrastructure.
Invest in it.
Water,
It is all
wastewater,
infrastructure.
storm.
But I want to make sure ours is left off.
Is there facilities?
Like our facilities right now have gender equity
So-
issues, ADA issues, like
So-
I am okay with everyone else too. I just want to make sure ours aren't left off.
You know what? That's over here, but I think it should go over there.
Yeah, because it's infrastructure.
Yeah. So let me move this.
Although I am all in on fixing everybody else's infrastructure in our area as well, definitely. We can control and we should control improving our facilities.
You can do things to help support what you don't control.
Right.
And you work towards improving, enhancing,
do.
maintaining what you do control.
Yeah.
So it's that balance of both. And we moved,
I would recommend we add proactive there. by the way.
Proactive?
I mean, that we're thinking ahead.
Yeah.
That's
a
good.
good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
okay, so I'm going to add this up here.
Not
Proactive.
not responsive, or not reactive, but we're proactive.
Proactive, okay,
Very good.
okay.
That's exactly what we've done with the sewer, water and sewer.
Anything else that would help describe resilient infrastructure? And we have covered the six draft priority areas.
Oh, please.
Nice.
What do I, no, do I?
Safer to drop that one.
You did everything we needed you to do. Great. Thank you.
Nice.
You did it efficiently. I really appreciate the fact that you meet in the evening and do this work in the off time. It's a lot.
The world.
All right, let's really quickly do a reflection and closure. So first of all, do you have critique for us? Is there something we could have done that would have made this work better for you?
Two things.
Yes.
Two things. I know when Stephanie and I met with the group, we enjoyed it thoroughly. I think that's reflective of what you were thinking too.
Absolutely.
No, we enjoyed it. It was, we both had a lot of things to say. Half an hour was not even close to enough time. It should have been a minimum of an hour. I felt that I didn't contribute what I wanted to, and I know you had a lot more to say, and I think that did not serve a benefit to this whole process by limiting how much time we had, number one. Number two, on the flip side, I thought this meeting was way too long, and it should have been broken down to 2 meetings.
Okay.
I mean, we shouldn't be here from 6 o'clock till almost 10:30. I think that, everything you've done this evening is very important, and I think everybody needs to have the opportunity to reflect on it, go through the process in a slower way. I think it's much too rushed, and I know we've discussed in the past that often the process is 9 to 12 months. I think this has been condensed and pushed way too fast for whatever
Too
reason.
compressed, not too long. Plan development too long?
Yeah.
Too compressed,
Too compressed, too rushed.
not too long.
Too rushed.
Oh, I thought you were saying that the time
This was too
tonight
long.
took too long.
No,
That
it
it
should have
should've
been over
2
It should have been
times.
over a couple of meetings.
I think he's repeating a thing that you shared with us in our interview,
Yes.
which was the process felt compressed.
Yes.
And you would have preferred that this activity that we did was over 2 meetings instead of this one
Yes,
long
and I
meeting.
also preferred that it would have been more like you generally do, which is 9 to 12 months instead of 5 or 6 months, or whatever it is. I just think this whole process has been rushed, and I'm sure you'll do a great job. But in the long run, I think we get more community involvement, and I think we get a better overall process when it's not rushed.
Thank you for that feedback. And anything you liked or could have been done better? Yes.
I thought this turned out really good. On kind of Trustee Barnett's note, I would have loved to be able to see some of the information from the residents or the PowerPoint prior to it.
Okay.
So that could have been, so I was looking over what you guys sent us in the agenda, but getting some of the more of the information so I could then write it down. So when I come here, I have, instead of the 5-minute reflection, I spent a half an hour at home writing down some ideas. So because we didn't have that, this was right off the cuff versus more reflective. So I would have appreciated that more.
Okay.
I would have found some of the data from the community to say, okay, that is reflective of what I thought or what I've heard from my constituents.
Okay.
So that I could then provide more thought out ideas.
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback.
And maybe, like we usually get a packet to prepare us for a meeting, maybe some of that information could have been shared with us in advance.
Okay.
Because we really just came in tonight and did it all. It did feel a little rushed.
And I know you were like getting some of the data, you were still compiling it and putting it together. So I understand that's part of it. But then we are not able to then take the time before to do that on our own, right? To do our own homework, which is what each one of us does before every meeting is we spend that time.
I appreciate that.
We just didn't have that opportunity.
Yep, we appreciate that. And
Can I add
Yes,
sort of
yes.
as a specific idea associated with some of these thoughts, which is, we're going to come up with a draft, some ideas, but that's another opportunity to get
Absolutely.
engagement, which is here's what the board is kind of thinking about now, and go out and say, here, what do you all think? How would you adjust these? Are these the right 6 things?
Did we get it right?
Did we get it right? And
we
there's
can.
another engagement opportunity.
Yeah, there is. We can repurpose the social pinpoint site for that. And there are ways to get community feedback on the initial thinking. I appreciate that input. It's very well considered. And I just want you to know that you will, when you see a draft document with your work and the additional work that we're going to do tomorrow, you will have time to deliberate that draft. We are not going to say you have to adopt this today. You will get the draft in advance. You will have the chance to look at it. You will have the chance to think more about what you brainstormed and what you created. We are going to, I know this is after the fact, and I really appreciate your feedback about not having received the PowerPoint in advance. We will send that out to you. Everything you saw tonight, we will make sure it gets into your hands, and you will have the opportunity to continue to shape this, right? So I just don't want you to think this is your only opportunity to draft this plan, because it is not. And we can definitely get some more input from the community too.
I think, just from my personal experience, those of us that went to those evening meetings, and like I know Trustee Faki and I went and sat through the entire first one at the library. We saw what you did with the process there. We were just observers. But I think that helped me a little bit tonight, whereas unfortunately not all the board was able to be there or have that experience. And then there's the difference between the 3 board members that are employees that are much more a part of what's going on here, and then the 4 trustees. It's like Chris said, we get information on a Thursday night, we read up, we study, we can email, ask questions for a Monday. And it was not, the whole thing was not shared, nothing was really shared with the whole group of trustees in advance.
Well, one thing, one thing, we don't normally get any presentations until the night of. We get a memo. So they follow the typical, where like they'll get a memo and then they show up that night with the PowerPoints. But this is, we don't typically get the PowerPoint presentation more than the same day. But I do agree that we could do maybe an hour next time with everybody if they felt I personally think you guys did great with, I mean, I've been involved in a lot of strategic plans, and you're right with really large groups. Like I know some people compared us to the county. They're 1.3 million. Obviously, it takes a year. But I thought you guys handled it really well, and I was able to attend every single one of the events, and you guys handled each one perfectly because it was a different vibe at each one. The first one was very condensed in that small room because we didn't expect the huge turnout. The second one was a lot more low key at the senior center, and then the third one you had some self-governing by the actual residents that showed up, which was pretty amazing. But you handled everything with grace and compassion, and I appreciate everything you did. Thank you.
Thank you for all the feedback. We take the critique very seriously. We're always looking at ways to improve our process, and it's so interesting. We do this for a wide range of clients that have never done strategic plan before, clients who are very advanced in strategic planning and have had plans for 20 plus years and are constantly updating them. We have clients in the middle. We have clients on every part of that progression. And then there's the uniqueness of each municipal government and how they function and their operations and how they're structured. And so it's sometimes we hit it all on the mark and sometimes we don't. And but we take all the feedback seriously. So recognizing that for some members of the board that the process has felt rushed, I think it's going to be important to make sure there's ample time to deliberate the draft, right? So that you guys have time to look at it, review it, reflect on it. You have time to look at all the data that we pulled together and see how that aligns with the draft plan and come with additional thoughts and ideas. Or maybe once you see some of this stuff on paper, you'll want to reshape some of it. We need to be able to create the space for that. So really take that seriously.
I would, just to kind of touch on that, just to emphasize what Clerk Brooks said, because I do think, we've come this far, we have some community engagement, but now we've done even more work, and I think getting feedback on that so that residents can tell us, you're way off mark, you misinterpreted the data, you misinterpreted this is what I actually meant. So I think that that's important that, of course, we need the time to look at the draft and have our revisions and have our thoughts, but ultimately, I think it's important that we also get community feedback. And I don't know what the timeline is or was, but if we could do another community, I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying, I don't know that the website is going to be enough because
not enough people.
Right. Most people are going to say, you did a strategic plan. I didn't know that.
Exactly.
And we've tried, right? We've really tried. But we had a water study, and we thought we had good input, and we ended up changing course in some significant ways because we got more input once they all knew that there was a water study, which they didn't know until a year later.
Right.
So we want to just make sure that people have embraced it, and that because they want to get it, so they have to be aware of it.
Can we put it on the social pinpoint?
Absolutely.
We had 1,400 people there. I mean, that is a large number. 1,400 is more even than we had on the secondary meters, but could we put something on the social pinpoint?
And we've got the quarterly newsletter or something like that. We've got channels.
There are channels to use.
And just encourage us to use them.
We've repurposed the social pinpoint site many times to change it to getting feedback on the plan itself.
I just didn't want to minimize what you guys did. I mean, we're comparing to, we had 10 people show up out of 3 for the water, and we only had, I think, 100 people. They had 1,400 people engaged on that social website, and they had almost 400 take that, and 110 showed up. I mean, I understand that everybody would want something, but let's not minimize how much they engage a community that has not engaged prior. That's pretty impressive. I mean, you're talking 1,400 people, individuals, went to the social pinpoint. We've never had that kind of engagement, let alone 110 show up in person.
And let's make sure that we ride on that success, right? To find a way to get the draft in front of the community in a meaningful way. So
it's a good start, but I think
don't minimize it.
No, it's continuing to build and make it better and better. Okay, let's do that.
It was good, by the way.
This was a good
Thank you.
You guys did a
Others
great
that I've
job.
been involved with. You guys.
Well, I always start with give us the critique first because I'm a continuous improvement kind of person. It's like, okay, I want to hear how we can make it better. Okay. we won't have to deal with this last question because we're going to come back to you when we present the draft with ideas of best practices that we're aware of that have worked when other communities have been successful in implementing their strategic plan and reporting on progress. So we'll give you some ideas to start your thinking, and then but that's a question you can reflect on before we come together to go over an initial draft of the plan with you. So the last thing is, I'm just going to give you the next steps. We are going to hold the session tomorrow. We're going to share your work with the staff. We're going to get input from them that helps us to continue to work it and refine it. The main thing tomorrow is to develop objectives to go along with those 6 strategic priorities that you identified, getting down more into the meat, right, and put the meat on the bones, and then really start to draft out some performance measures, because this plan, you will not know you're making progress if this plan doesn't have measures in it. We're going to draft all this stuff. We've been doing this for a long time. The words are going to end up being yours, and you're going to have to like the words that you see, and you're going to have to be able to see your own work. But we are good at crafting these plans, so we're going to bring you a solid draft that you might not like all the way that it's stated or what's in there, but we'll bring you a solid draft to start from, okay? And then we're going to bring that to you for review, and we're going to have a work session with you. It isn't going to be, oh, just look at this plan, give us a couple comments. We're actually going to do a work session with you. And we'll give you enough advance time with the document so that you can be thoughtful about what you want to say and what you want to introduce. And then once we've worked that plan, and maybe inserted between the second to the last bullet point and the last bullet point is a community input opportunity, right? And then we can show you the input that the community offered, and then before you adopt the plan, you can see that input and you can react to and respond to that input. But eventually, we are going to ask you to adopt the plan. But adopt a plan that you feel good about and that you feel reflects the consensus of this elected body, with the input from from the staff of the township and the community. So that's where we're headed next. Questions, thoughts before we get you out of here? Again, thank you for being so diligent with your level of engagement this late at night.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate
And
it.
thank you for the help and the direction of our thoughts.
Yeah, it was really good.
All right.
It was a good work.
You've done this before.
We've done it before.
Yeah, the two of you.
We will look forward to seeing you again when we bring the draft to you.
Looking forward
Okay.
to it.
Good night.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, motion by
Okay, so
Clerk
have
Brooks,
formality.
support by Trustee Kalinsky. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right.